Oh, okay.
I don't know if it makes any difference.
I guess you better.
Yeah, I did. I signed the paper.
You did? Okay. You didn't tell me.
Well, no, I got it from the clerk. Gray gave it to me right away.
Good morning. I'd like to call the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting for April 11th, 2019 to order. If you would, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to remind everybody to please silence your cell phones, please. So the first item on the agenda are changes to the agenda. So who do we have? Ms. Tusing, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, good morning, Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. The changes to the agenda this morning are for...
I don't think we have.
No.
What a great way to start.
Now can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
What a lovely speaking voice.
All right, I'll start over. Good morning. Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. The changes to the agenda are item number 2, Land Development Code Text Amendment 1805, Ordinance 1902. It's a Land Development Code Text Amendment for accessory dwelling units. There's additional public comment letter and an agenda memo for acceptance of affordable housing from the Housing Advisory Committee recommendations. Those are attached to your update memo. Also, item number 3 is PDRV 1804ZG, which is the Linger Lodge RV campground, park campground. The attachment to the update memo is the traffic impact statement, the approved copy, and also a public comment letter. Item number 5, PDR 1820G, Maple Ridge subdivision. This is changes to the staff report and strike-through underlined format is attached. Item number 7, Z1815, Gettle Toyota Automotive, Inc. There are revisions to the staff report and strike-through underlined format, and those are also attached to the update memo. That's all of the revisions to the update memo.
Very good. Thank you very much. Ms. Schenk, County Attorney's Office, have any changes to the agenda?
No changes.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item number... I thought we had minutes.
Yes, minutes for March 14th were added.
Okay. Very good. Oh, I'm sorry. I should be looking at the updated memorandum. So with regard to item number 2, I guess it is, or the minutes for the March 14th, have we had an opportunity to review the minutes? If so, are there any changes, modifications, clarifications? Okay, hearing none, the chair will consider a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we accept the minutes from the March meeting.
Very good. We have a motion, Mr. Ron. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Roth. Any discussion? Hearing none, the chair is going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Hearing none, the chair votes aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. All right. We're going to move on to item number 1, which is actually the public citizen comment portion of the hearing. So if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, if there's something on today's agenda you wish to speak to, you'll have an opportunity during the hearing for that particular application. But is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to something that is not on today's agenda? Please come forward.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Glenn Gibolina, for the record. You know, Monday I was at the Alice report, and I think what we have to get across to the folks here in Manatee County is that there is an extreme shortage of affordable housing, and that, you know, these folks are hardworking, they're asset limited, income constrained, but they are employed. They're working 2 and 3 jobs, And we're currently short, in my estimation, 50,000 units of affordable housing. So we have to retrain or rethink our concept on affordable housing. As I look at all these other developments coming up, some are affordable housing, some aren't. But really, they're all two-bedroom, three-bedroom homes that really, for these folks, don't work. For the millenniums, it doesn't work. For first-year school teachers that are making $44,000, saddled in student debt, doesn't work. So I would just encourage the developers and this board and the Planning Commission to not only encourage more affordable housing, but downsizing that affordable housing as well. I look at all these models. Yeah, okay, affordable housing, 167,000. That's not affordable. And that not everyone needs a 2 or 3 bedroom, 2-bath house. In any of these, I have not seen any 1 or 2 bedroom cottages that would fit the bill for millenniums, first responders, so forth and so on. And here's the problem that I have with these larger developments. You know, these walled communities that the average house is $250,000. These developers and the people that live there want to be taught by the school teachers that come in there that make $44,000. They want to be saved who has a heart attack by EMS, who is a starting position of $34,000. They want to be protected by the sheriff. The rookie starts at about $50,000, and they want to be protected by the fire department, also entry-level position around $50,000. But at the end of the day, they all have to drive out of that community because that developer has not set aside any affordable housing for these first responders, school teachers, or EMS. And it's just not right. So I think the moral compass of these larger developers need to be reset. And I think there's just an educational curve that there is harmony with first responders and the Alice people who are struggling in our community. We can do better, and we should do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and again speak on something that is not on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion, the citizen comment portion of the hearing, and we're going to move on to item number 2, which is the Land Development Code Text Amendment. Ms. Tusing, could you please read item number 2 into the record?
Yes, item number 2 is LDC 1805, Ordinance 1902, which is a county-initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment. The amendment is to regulate accessory dwelling units, amending Chapter 2 definitions, Section 200 definitions by adding a definition for accessory dwelling unit, deleting the definition of guest house, amending Chapter 4 zoning, Section 401.2, Schedule of Uses, Table 4.1, uses in agriculture and residential districts to add accessory dwelling units as a permitted use in the agriculture, general agriculture, agricultural suburban, and residential zoning districts, as well as the village zoning districts. Amending Chapter 5, Standards for Accessory and Specific Uses and Structures, Part 2, Section 511, Specific Accessory Uses and Structures Allowed, Section 511.18, Accessory Dwelling Units, to provide standards and guidelines for accessory dwelling units. Amending Chapter 10, Transportation Management, Section 1005, Off-Street Parking, Section 1005.3, number of vehicular parking spaces required, and Table 10.102, parking ratios to address the accessory dwelling units. This is a legislative item, and Josh Dan is the planner and will present the county's item. Thank you.
Very good. And the fact that it's a legislative item, the public doesn't need to be sworn to provide testimony or comment. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dan.
Good morning. As was mentioned, I'm Josh Dan, Planner 1 with Comprehensive Planning Section. I'd like to start by stating that staff received a public comment letter late last night, and it will be added later.
Thank you.
There it is. Okay. So, as was mentioned, this is a This proposed amendment is a county-initiated amendment, and staff is seeking recommendation from your commission to take this item to the Board of County Commissioners. I'd like to begin my presentation with a brief history of accessory dwelling units as they have existed throughout the nation and locally. ADUs were historically known as bachelor quarters before the war. After World War II, an increased demand for housing led to a booming suburban population. The prosperous post-war 1950s and 60s ushered growth of suburbs across the nation, leading to the decrease of the construction of ADUs in residential zones. If we fast forward to the recessions of the 1970s and early 2010s, many municipalities have found the need to regulate or offer regulation regarding accessory dwelling units, which provided a greater diversity of housing stock to folks in the residential zones. Let's see if I can get this to work. Yeah. On December 12th of 2017, the Board of County Commissioners accepted the Affordable Housing Committee's recommendations regarding affordable housing solutions. This included an LDC text amendment to allow for accessory dwelling units, and staff have worked to understand the need and draft language addressing ADUs. One tool that the county is using to address the issues is the development and adoption of an ADU ordinance. This slide shows the housing stock throughout the entirety of Manatee County. As you can see, we're pretty heavy in the single-family detached stock of housing, where we lack a lot of other options available to the population. The imbalance of affordable housing stock was presented to the county commissioners at a work session on December 11th of 2018. Staff presented the need for affordable housing solutions, a background on the ADU initiative, research conducted, draft ADU language, and concerns received from the public. The board shared their insights and concerns, and they requested staff to research other local jurisdictions' ordinances, but make Manatee's uniquely ours. Staff was also asked to retain neighborhood integrity and promote privacy. Staff took the insight and concerns and worked to address them by revising the draft ordinance that was presented, performing analyses, and routing the draft ordinance for review, and posting it on the website, the county website, for the public to view as well. The next few slides will show some of the research staff did. We went into some of the community around here, the administrative building, and found examples of ADUs. The following 4 slides are predominantly within the Bradenton area, and I would say they're all, I think, above garage, as you've seen in a previous presentation. This one shows one in the rear yard. As you can see, it's quite well hidden in the back and not visible from the main street. Another, and lastly, one more. Staff continued research by reaching out to other jurisdictions for examples. We performed spatial analysis regarding placement and access to public transit and continued to revise the draft ordinance. After receiving input from the public, staff widened the proposed allowed use to the entire county in the following zones: A and A1, all RSF zones, and village zoning districts. When parking was given analysis and consideration, staff performed spatial analysis with regard to the public transit that is available to the public. Now, we indicated the bus stops in the dots on the map and a half-mile radius from each bus stop. The benefit being that if a person wanted to place an ADU on their property and their property lied within the buffer, no additional parking would be required. If they were not within the half-mile radius of the bus stop, they would be required to provide parking for their proposed ADU. So we ask ourselves, what is an ADU? And staff has come to a definition as follows. an attached or detached residential dwelling unit with cooking and bathroom facilities, which is subordinate and separate from the primary dwelling unit. The accessory dwelling unit shall be held in common ownership with the principal dwelling. A mobile home shall not be deemed an accessory dwelling unit. Some examples of ADUs are depicted on the left side of this slide as well. We see the attached, detached, and detached above an existing garage. So an overview of the ordinance, excuse me, the ordinance was purposely written to be short and not overly regulatory. So it was written in two parts, as was mentioned in the introduction. Section 511.18a, which describes the intent and purpose, and Section 511.18b, the development standards. The first section, 511.18a, intent and purpose, addresses the establishment of ADUs, lists zoning where ADUs will be permitted by right, and explains how ADUs shall be held in common ownership with the principal dwelling. The second section, 511.18b, development standards, addresses how ADUs are to be subordinate to the primary dwelling and meet all applicable requirements of the Land Development Code, prioritize privacy between the ADU and adjacent properties, meet characteristics of primary dwelling in color, style, and setback, or meet listed requirements specified in the ordinance, the draft ordinance, and requirements regarding the size of the ADU, parking, and meeting the intent, or the building code, I should say. Excuse me. This slide shows some of the, well, all of the intended zoning where this would be permitted. And we went with rectangular shape as the most simple and standard, lot shapes. As shown, the black outlines are the zoning setbacks for each district. The blue and purple, which may be a little difficult to see, but we have another slide zooming in on a closer one, would show the benefit of reduced setbacks and added restrictions for privacy. As was mentioned, we took the RSF 4.5 zone and we indicated its standard setback requirements of 20 feet to the rear, and the blue and purple showing 10-foot optional setback for single-story ADUs and the 15-foot optional setback above existing garage ADUs. Did I go too far? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost here.
Can you explain the optional setback a little bit more?
Sure. Let me pull up my staff report. Do you have a certain
No, I
part
just
of
want
it?
to have an understanding of the options. Typically, when there's an option, there's some criteria that it's based on. I just would like to understand.
Right.
Have a
So
definition on the record.
it would be our hope that folks would first and foremost follow the required setbacks of that zoning district. That would be the easiest one to follow. If someone were to go with a decreased rear yard setback, some of the requirements would be as followed. Well, I should back up and state that any attached ADU to the primary dwelling will follow the primary dwelling zoning district setbacks. So it'd be similar to the addition onto a home. So you wouldn't be able to encroach into any other setback. If it were detached, an ADU not meeting those setback requirements shall meet a minimum of 10 feet to the side or rear requirements, depending on that zoning district setback requirements. And some of the requirements expected of that decrease would be exterior windows facing properties to be either opaque or screened by foliage or a fence, and then also a decrease in height with a maximum height of 12 feet and shall be a single story with no lofts.
So if somebody had an intention of trying to utilize the optional setback criteria,
Yes.
would that determination be administrative determination?
Yeah. It would come through, initially, this would really just be for pulling building permits, and then probably our zoning counter would review it to ensure that it meets the intent of the code here.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure thing. Let me jump back into the presentation here. So we'll discuss a little bit of setbacks and privacy. As was mentioned, the two options exist: either follow the primary dwelling's setback requirements or face the privacy restrictions. As was mentioned, it'd be foliage and fence screening, opacity of windows, or yeah, I guess that's it, the two. The following 9 slides show a case study on placement and privacy. Staff found 8 parcels zoned RSF 4.5, and staff used SketchUp to draw them digitally and depict various ADU scenarios. It's highly unlikely that a neighborhood like this would have a conglomerate of ADUs as such, but we did it just for example's sake. This slide shows the use of a reduced setback of 10 feet where screening and foliage or a fence or use of opaque windows would have to be used. The height of this example ADU is about 12 feet to the top of the gable, and it should be noted the usual setback in this district would have been 20 feet, so this is down to 10. This is a view of that same example from the neighbor's rear yard. As you can see, it's not much worse than the shed that's depicted in white, and none of the windows are pretty visible from over the fence side. As I had mentioned as well, an attached ADU would follow the primary dwelling's setback requirements, very much like adding an extra master bedroom and bath to the rear of a home.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So what's the difference between somebody doing an expansion to their home and the ADU? Why include the attachment if it's not really, what's the difference between that and coming in and saying I'm going to add an extra bedroom?
Well, the main thing is that it is separate from the primary dwelling, so that means it would require a separate means of access, a different entranceway into the ADU and not through the primary home. It may share a wall and be butted up to it, but it would have its own access. So it's still technically separate.
And you couldn't do that under existing code?
You can, I guess, under guest houses. Guest houses exist throughout the county, and they have. ADUs offer a greater opportunity with regard to a full kitchen and different types of structures permitted.
Okay, so it's different.
And guest house there's an attached version of a guest house, is that?
I believe they exist throughout the county, yes.
I had the same question. What's the difference between an building expansion or a home expansion and a ADU? It seems to, I guess if it has, typically if you did something like that for like your mother-in-law, of course it's going to be somebody in the family, but the intent is somebody else could possibly rent this even though the ownership would remain with the homeowner.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, just don't understand. Sorry. Go ahead.
I might be able to clarify. I think the big difference is the kitchen. Right now, if you build an addition, you can't have a full kitchen. You can't have more than one full kitchen. Otherwise, it's considered a ADU. So.
Yes, and whereas a guest house is typically for someone visiting for a weekend or a short stay, an ADU we would hope would be for a long-term rental opportunity.
That makes complete sense. So. Ms. Barrett.
I can't tell.
It's on.
Okay. Lisa Barrett with staff. We do have a definition within our land development code today for a guest house, and you cannot have a full kitchen. But if this is adopted, we are recommending removing the definition of guest house and replacing it with the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
So if we move on, we show in this slide a 1,000 square foot ADU with a height of 13.5 feet. And as you can see, it prioritizes privacy away from the neighbors and toward the primary dwelling. This would be the intent of this ordinance. Our size limitations with regard to ADUs would be 80% of the primary dwelling or 1,000 square feet as a hard cap, whichever is less. Here we have the depiction of a 160 square foot ADU, and as long as it meets the intent of the code and it is compliant, it's pretty obvious to see it's not much more intrusive than the shed is, which is actually a lot closer to any property line. This here is a made-up example of a ADU over a garage, which is not always found throughout the county, as that is something that was done well before present-day construction with garages in the rear. But this shows some screening by trees where the height limitation would be on that unit. We're showing a 15-foot reduced setback option and a maximum 20-foot wall height. And any windows facing neighbors, like was mentioned, would be opaque or oriented toward the interior of that said property.
With regard to the height limit, is there a condition or restriction that prevents the accessory dwelling unit from being higher than the primary structure?
So if it be attached, it would follow the same height restrictions as the primary structure, so it wouldn't exceed it.
On the
above
unit
garage.
above a garage, yes. I think that would
we-
be the only place it'd be applicable.
We have a restriction regarding have the ADU unit would have a maximum structure height of 24 feet and a maximum exterior wall height of 20 feet. So that would definitely limit it. Where most zoning districts that this would be proposed in would have a typical allowed height of up to 35 feet. I think from what we've seen, a lot of homes in the area do have a highest point of almost 20 feet. So we're not much taller at max height.
Okay. Thank you.
Some of our next steps would include a recommendation from your commission, approval from the board, codification and implementation on the improved ordinance. And this timeline has been made available online and been accessible to the public for some time now. And that would conclude my presentation right now.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Mr. Rutledge.
Josh, thanks for the presentation. I'm a big fan of this. Have you calculated how much money might be generated in additional tax value and permitting fees or anything like that? Has the economics been considered in this at all?
Not as of yet, but it is something that we will eventually get into. We'd like to first have some regulation available and an option available to folks to do this. It's my understanding impact fees and other such fees are being assessed or figured out right now.
So with regard to that, so typically would an accessory dwelling unit be on the same meter and sewer, water and sewer as the primary structure?
I don't know if I have an answer for that. That'd be something probably utilities would most likely answer.
Then that kind of goes to the question, are they being charged capacity fees? Are there impact fees associated? Because you're potentially having constraints on the system being added that may not be accommodated. But
yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the alternative is also probably a consideration where affordability is the goal. So that would, so Mr. Barnett.
That's all reviewed at the building permit stage. The additional fixtures that would be included on the primary meter. Primary meter may not be able to carry it, depending on how big the primary residence is. So you have to engineer that to say, okay, can it carry it through a 5/8 inch meter? Do we need to have 3/4? Or if the homeowner wanted to meter it separately, they could do that.
So I'm I'm kind of thinking further ahead. So we get that neighborhood that you designed, and half the people want to do it, and all of a sudden we don't have sewer capacity. I mean, I guess I would at least don't worry about it. Okay. Boss says, "Don't worry, I'm not worried."
These are not the problems you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
No,
I like this very much. I want to make it readily available. So
Right.
if we get to a point where a bunch of people in a certain neighborhood, like I live in Braden Woods, we've got acre lots. We seem like a perfect group for this. I don't know that we have the sewer capacity, so if you're paying fees, it goes general, it doesn't leave everybody the opportunity. That's kind of my curiosity.
Typically, an ADU is only adding one fixture,
Okay,
two max.
okay. All right, thanks.
Mr. Hepp?
Is there a limit on quantity? I didn't hear anything specific to that.
Yes, the way it's written in the draft ordinance, there would be only a limit of one accessory dwelling unit per parcel.
And then,
And a primary dwelling unit would be needed before one is placed.
okay. And then how do the setback bonuses equate to if I was just doing a pool house or something, you know, accessory structure? Are they a similar, or are they?
Well, I'm trying to understand the question.
So
I
if-
think,
If I build an accessory structure, a lot of times I have maybe a 5-foot rear setback or something
Right.
versus, you know, a primary structure.
Mhm.
So I was just wondering if there's kind of an equal,
well, no, because we would offer
Bless you.
specific setback requirements, as was mentioned. Any other accessory structure has already established setback requirements. And then I think as long as they've met the intent of those setbacks and the building code, you know, separation between structures, they should be fine.
I had an additional question regarding the comment or the requirement to meet color and character of the primary structure.
Yes.
At what point is that going to be evaluated? I would presume if most of the process is administrative, it's probably through the building permit process. But what's going to be required? Are they going to have to provide representative graphics that would demonstrate that? Mr.
Yes.
Barnott shaking his head yes.
Yeah, I think one useful thing that I haven't yet mentioned is staff is working on a user guide, which will be made available to the public online and at the zoning and permitting counters. And that, I think, will illustrate and be helpful to the public in understanding the ADU application process, as well as what might be expected of them with design and others issues.
Right, and then the last thing, I've been doing this long enough where I'm certain this is probably going to be one of the issues is parking.
Sure.
So how are, I think you said if it's within half a mile of a bus stop, they would not have to demonstrate parking?
Additional parking.
Additional parking.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be, presuming it's more than a half a mile, there's going to be some process where they would have to provide some type of representative.
That would be indicated on plans submitted to the building department.
Okay. So.
And I guess it's kind of my expectation that this is a kind of a leap forward, and as things happen, you'll come back to us and say, hey, this seems to be an inconsistency, or there's a problem with this, or whatever. Listen, I really applaud you for trying to move into something that I think is changing in the market with age and demographics and so forth. And I'm willing to say that there may be some incongruencies at this point that may pop up, but I'd like to get into it, see how it works, because I've got a mother-in-law. This is perfect. Not at my house, of course. But in my house. But David, he said he'd take her.
Mr. Barnott.
You know, that, all good comments, and, you know, there will be a planning process through this if somebody wants to, you know, create or build an ADU. And that would be, if they're not close to the bus line, your example on half-acre lots. So you'd have to accommodate for parking on that for the ADU. But I think it's important to remember, and Josh did bring it up in the very start of his presentation, that the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee is the group. The board's appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and they search for solutions for affordable housing and the homeless and things like this. That was the main group that asked us to bring this forward, and so that's why we're doing that.
Very good. Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Jerry Lopez, Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Barnott, for bringing that up. That this is something that we have been working with the planners to try to encourage this. But what I did want to say is that when we're looking at overall affordability, one of the main drivers is trying to create a diversity of options for people. And this is just one of those options. So it gives options for those that need the unit, but also for the homeowners that may need it, exactly as you said, for a mother-in-law or a college student that still needs a job. So it's really looking at options. And one of the key pieces for affordable housing is just encouraging just more units and a range of those units. So this is just one other option, one other tool in the toolbox to encourage kind of sizes and locations and placement. So we really want to thank you for looking at this and trying to have this just as one more tool in our toolbox.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from staff?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the public comment portion of this this hearing, this legislative hearing. I have 2 speaker cards, so I'll call you up and then I'll open the floor up for any additional comments. So the first speaker card I have for this this item is Roger Ferguson. If you would please come forward and state your name.
I'll pass it this time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ferguson is declining to make a comment, so we're going to go to the next speaker card. Mr. Gabellina, you have some additional comments regarding this item?
Again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Glenn Gibellina. I am so grateful that for Josh and Jerry and the staff that has put this together. I am really, really excited about it. And I was the person that put the additional comments last night. Just some white papers concerning Orlando has an ordinance, also addresses the parking. You know, ADUs have been around for 50 years. Parking's not going to be an issue. You can put it in there, but it has never, in the last 50 years, in all these white papers, has never been a problem. The other thing is that we build accessory dwelling units out of 20-foot shipping containers. And I'm doing this on a self-centered mission, is that we have in our county 2,000 homeless students in our county, not counting the vets, not counting the homeless students. Again, I go back to the Alice report, 62,000 out of 145,000 households in Manatee County. Every four persons out of 10 are living check to check. So this is a tremendous asset. I'm glad that we got to this point. I'm excited that we're here. My question would be on the cladding. Now, I've been around shipping containers, and by the way, we are making those shipping containers at Bayshore High School. We've got 20-foot shipping containers on the ground. The building department has graciously agreed to come out and approve our rough-in plumbing and electric. So our mission is to find, like right now at Bayshore High, where I teach, we have 22 homeless students. So our mission is to find 22 families, and we've got a list of them started already. I was hoping it'd kick in a little sooner than June, but that's okay. So to find those 22 students within walking distance of Bayshore High School, put one of our shipping containers in the backyard and let that homeless student get their GED or diploma and get back on her feet. You know, I get tired of my students sleeping in class because they're sleeping in their cars, they're in the woods. It's no way to get an education. So, and I'm working with the vets organization as well. So I applaud this effort, long overdue. I used to be on the Affordable Advisory Board a few years back. We addressed this issue, never got any traction. I'm glad to see it finally come to fruition. The other issue I want to bring up is the cladding. So I've talked to a lot of architects. You know, Cortan steel is a hot item right now. As it rusts, it gets stronger. So if I'm going to use a closed foam insulation on the inside, we're trying to make this affordable. you're forcing me to put exterior cladding on at another $4,000 or $5,000. This is a hybrid. They use wood, they use brick, they use the Cortan. It's great looking stuff. So I would rethink that. Come out to Bayshore High School. We're in the back by the carpentry. Go to my website on contain360.com. Come and see us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional folks who wish to come forward and speak on this? If you would, please come forward and state your name. It's a race. Who's going to get there first? Good morning.
My name is Norm Lupino. How much time do I get?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. I just want to start by saying there needs to be a better outreach to the communities about this. And I know they said it's been on their website, but we have a Neighborhoods Connection email blast. It's never been in there. I have talked to a lot of people in the last couple of days, leaders in neighborhoods. They don't even know about this. And this is a real drastic change to the code. You're basically allowing the potential to have duplexes in single-family neighborhoods. We're talking 1,000 square foot units, and as a realtor, I've sold 3-bedroom homes that had 1,000 square foot or less in it. So you're having families, and they could be attached to the units, and people don't know about this change. So putting it on the website is one thing, but actually going to the stakeholders, the people who have invested money into the neighborhoods, and letting them know this, it hasn't been done very well if people don't know about it. So I think this is premature. I think the public needs to be a little bit more aware of this so they can comment on it. There are many design flaws with this proposal. 1,000 square foot, as I said, is the size of a house. Just because it's located within a half mile of a bus stop doesn't mean you're not going to have cars. If you drive down US 41, there's a number of apartment complexes on 26th Street. Those apartment complexes are on bus routes, and those parking lots are full of cars. People have cars. I mean, transportation is public transit is the transportation of last result. I used to be a public transit planner. So it's not like in New York or Atlanta where parking issues are cost prohibitive where they work, so they take the transit. If people have an opportunity to have a car, they're going to have a car and they're going to use them. So that's an issue. But even in a tract neighborhood, 1,000 square feet means basically two more cars. Your front yard is going to be full of cars. And I will tell you, as a realtor, that is going to kill a neighborhood, having that situation. The other big thing is this doesn't address the distribution of where the affordable housing is needed, which is out east. Those are all deed-restricted communities, and so you're not going to get them. So they're just going to be in the core of Manatee County in neighborhoods which are struggling, to be quite honest with you. And there's not enough safeguards in place. This is too far-reaching. They do have these in other communities, but they're not county-wide in most cases. They're designated to certain areas. In Whitfield, I live in Whitfield Estates, we have some old housekeeping units that have been converted to these, but they're usually like 200 square feet. And can I just finish this? And they're in the back, and the driveways and the garages are in the back. So when you utilize them, the parking for these are also in the back. In a typical tract neighborhood, which is most of Whitfield, the parking is going to be in the front, and that's going to be very problematic where you have one-car garages. So your front yard is just going to become a parking lot. So I would ask that this be continued until the staff actually properly outreaches the community to let them know this is being proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and make a comment, please?
Hi, my name is Carol Martin. I have great concern about this. You're talking about putting these in a backyard. My neighbor's backyard is in my side yard. So they're not going to be in everybody's backyard. I already deal with an Airbnb that's next to us with loud music at 2:30 in the morning. When I bought into my community, into my neighborhood, I bought knowing that it was a single-family dwelling. I did not expect to have to deal with duplexes or multiple structures. I think it's a bad idea. I think there's other solutions to helping the homeless, and I just disagree with it totally. And I also have great concern when it was brought up about the strain that it would put on our sewer systems, that you're willing to wait and see if a problem arises instead of addressing it ahead of time. Again, putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you. If you show it, you'll have to provide it to the clerk after. Is that okay? Very good. Thank you. If you could, just state your name.
Hi, my name is Marnie Matarese. I live in the Whitfield Valentine Manor Association area, and I'm also a realtor. And I've always been taught that whenever you see a situation that you don't totally understand, look for the financial interest. Well, I think one of those financial interests just spoke, a person who's looking to build these container homes. And to me, it reminds me of the pots and pan salesmen back in the 40s and 50s when they would come to homes and descend upon you like locusts and give you all the reasons why you should have these. What really worries me is that these ADUs are going to promote more Airbnb usage, more weekly and daily rentals, and they're not going to really solve the issue that you think they will. Because if I have a choice of renting out my additional home unit back there for $100 a night as opposed to $200 a month, I think most people who are looking are going to do it that way. The second thing is you've absolutely given all of the developers a very early Christmas present. Because I am a realtor, I am now, from this day forward, going to have to tell every buyer, prospective buyer of a home in my neighborhood that, well, what you see is not necessarily what you're going to get. Although you look like you have a private yard and you look like there's just nice homes built around you, at any time, 3 more homes can be built behind you and 1 on either side of you, which will bring to you the kind of parking that you see in the photo up top. This was the best picture I could get. This home has a, quote, guest house behind it. At any given time, in addition to the 4 cars you see there, there are 3 more plus a motorcycle. They have had to gravel over their front yard, and the lady that lives behind them is seriously considering selling her home because of the impact that all these people living in this one tract have caused. So please reconsider, and I like the idea of going to the developer. The developer is the one, as he stated, that is causing the need for these service people. Let the developer build a tract along with every development that they build that contains tiny homes or container homes. Have the county buy up all this property that's out there. Have the county build this affordable housing. To take the property rights of an owner who bought a single-family home for the reason that they did not want to live in a condo-like environment is really unfair and unjust, and that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward? Please come forward and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Cassandra Burns, and I am the chairman of the Manatee Young Professionals with the Chamber of Commerce. I'm actually on the Chamber's Affordable Task Force as well, and I'm also a realtor. So I have to, I'm going to be against the other speakers at this point. I am 100% in favor of this. I'm going to speak personally. I am part of a family that is a multi-generational family. I have a father that lives with me as well as a 17-month-old daughter. So for us, this is a wonderful change in the code to be able to allow for us eventually, if we want to have this, to be able to have that option to do this. On top of that, too, though, I understand the concerns from the real estate perspective, but instead of looking at it as a negative, this is also a positive for a lot of buyers. Communities are being built now as multi-generational homes that already have attached dwellings that allow for a full kitchen, or it looks like a full kitchen. It wouldn't be considered one. But things are happening now. Our times are changing. This is a need. In terms of MYP, we are in favor of, and along with being part of the chamber, but we are in favor of adopting these code changes with the ADUs as well. So that's it. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Very good. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Marjorie Miller. I'm a born and raised Floridian. I would just like to say one thing I would like you to consider that has not been addressed. I reside in Magnolia Manor. That subdivision is all septic. We do meet the criteria for the the accessory dwelling units, but we're also in an undetermined flood zone. So the impact on drainage and septic, in addition to having well water, I would want those items to be addressed before this went through. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and make a comment or statement? Before I close the public comment portion, is there anybody who wishes to come forward? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. And just a couple follow-up questions with regard to some of the comments were made. So if staff could maybe address some of these. The short-term rental concern, is there anything in the proposed language that addresses that?
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer the question.
Please.
Under applicable Florida statutes, we cannot prohibit the accessory dwelling units from being used for short-term rentals.
Okay. State statute prohibits.
Correct.
Check.
That's also true for primary structures, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. And then with regard to homes that may currently be on septic, Mr. Barnott, has there been any discussion with regard to what would be the process for a home that was on septic if they did it, either an expansion, an attached expansion, or an accessory dwelling unit that is separated?
Okay, let me cover 2 or 3 things there.
Sure.
Yes, that's all part of the building permit review process. Is the septic system that's currently there, is it adequate? Is it up to date? You know, is it big enough? There's legislation right now where the state is really enacting more requirements on septic systems. So this is coming up. But you review all of that based on the number of items that, you know, facilities there. The same with the sewer system.
With regard to the septic, is that all through the state or is it through the county?
Through the state.
Okay, so it's going to be dictated by state statute.
Correct.
Thank you.
You know, you talk about drainage and things like that. All these things have to be reviewed. You know, anytime you change the natural terrain, you've got to account for, you can't put runoff on somebody else's property. So all that has to be addressed at the permit stage.
Mr. Rutledge.
Yes, and Mr. Barnett, it would be consistent then with what we kind of go through all the time, which is if you go to add this new construction, you got to meet the current code. You don't get grandfathered in for drainage and those things, right?
That's correct.
So the argument that it always comes up is we don't, you know, if you build there, we're going to get more water on our property. And in reality, the standards have moved up such a high level that they're actually going to have to improve it from what it was. They can't.
That's correct.
Grandfather in and just run it off, and you've got more impermeable surface. I mean, it's going to be better. So that whole thought process is inaccurate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments for that? Mr. Barnott, I know you have experience with regard to the actual building industry, with regard to the comments regarding cladding, is there, all of that information, or all that detail is gonna have to meet the state building code, correct? Is there anything in the county's requirements that would differentiate between what could be done with a accessory dwelling unit?
You've asked an open-ended question there, Mr. Chair. You know, when you look at the shipping containers as dwelling units, basically, once a shipping container is built to be a small home or an ADU, the only inspection that's done on site is attaching it to the ground to make sure it's properly secured and the connections to your water, sewer, electric, things like that. The inspections are done ahead of time on the interior of that. Typically, on modulars, mobile homes, things like that, that's all done by the state. The program that Mr. Givolino is talking about is a prototype that we're working with him and the school system on, because we see it as a viable alternative to help in this cause. So that's why we're involved in this, doing the inspections as the students progress through the construction of that. And, you know, we've talked to the state, we've talked to a number of people, and, you know, it's out of the box thinking. But, you know, we got to do that to solve some of these problems.
Right.
So, you know, that's where we are with the container type homes.
Right, so with regard to that, so if I understand you, this is something that's in a gray area, so coordinating or partnering with the folks doing that is done with the intent to address the county's concerns with regard to these.
Everything will be constructed to the requirements of the Florida Building Code.
Okay. Mr. Roth, I believe you had a question or comment?
So, let's say I live in Heritage Harbor, and I have an 11,000.
Is this hypothetical, or is this?
It is, I once lived in Heritage Harbor, can't afford to do that anymore. So it's an 11,000 square foot lot.
Yeah.
And the house is a 3,000 square foot house. Does that mean that nobody can prevent me from putting up a 1,000 square foot ADU behind me?
Well,
Mr. Chair, I did just want to state that if there are any restrictive homeowners covenants that prevent accessory dwelling units, they prevail.
Right.
So that's the first thing that homeowner has to look at.
Those are private agreements between the association and the residents?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Heap?
Okay.
Okay. Just to get back to the color and style that's in the language, as an architect, you know, we hate people telling us how to design things. I just wonder, like, I have a stucco house, but I build an ADU and I want to put fiber cement siding up instead. Who's determining that language of the design and how it, you know, matches the existing structure, doesn't match the existing structure? You know, is it either color or style, or is it, you know, color and style? So if I have a green house, I have to have a green ADU. You know, I think there's kind of an opportunity for the building department to play architect versus, you know, the people designing the projects or meeting the desires of the client. You know, and obviously there's other styles too. So, you know, I may have a ranch home, but I want a Victorian, let's say, you know, whatever. It just, I wonder where that line is drawn and who's determining what matches and what doesn't.
Sure. I think that's a great question that I think will be greatly answered in our design guideline. As the ordinance is written, and we try to be as not restrictive and overly burdensome on the applicant, one thing that I think would take primary precedence would be color. It's the easiest one and probably most cost-effective to reach. If the primary home be stuccoed, I'm sure if it's something similar, not exactly stucco, it would be considered appropriate. It's not that the ADU has to be an identical cookie-cut example of the primary home.
And who's making that determination?
It would be at permit review.
Build-
and under zoning review.
Building or zone?
Zoning as it comes
Okay,
through.
thank you. All right. Anything in addition? Anything further?
I'm thinking.
It's not a test.
I know.
Mr. Chair, I did have one comment that I thought of while I was hearing discussion.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
might want to clarify in the ordinance, this thing about bus stops, they often move around. Bus stops are created when you don't have them before, or they're removed entirely. You might need to clarify that on the parking situation. I think the bus stop will have to exist on the date they get their permit.
At the time of
Well,
application?
we'll just freeze the application, yeah, the permit.
Okay, very good. Anything further?
I would just like to add for the neighborhood connections, we can add this draft ordinance and work with neighborhood services to have the draft ordinance out there, and so more of the public is aware of this amendment. We did do a board workshop in December, and we also discussed this at our planning task force, which there is a wide range of developers, citizens that are emailed the planning task force agenda item. And we did specifically go out to the Whitfield neighborhood too to try to explain the amendments as well. So this has been out there. We will try to get it out there more before the June hearing.
Okay,
for the
thank you.
board.
All right. All right, so I think we'll close testimony, and the chair will consider a motion.
Do you have discussion or no?
Oh, I'm sorry, did you want additional discussion?
I did. I'm a big fan of this, and I also want to give some kind of maybe more high-level exposure to some of the stuff with the containers. And I have been looking at corporately where we can do these kind of developments, because I think this is a new thing. If you look at Tavistock, which is one of the biggest developments in Orlando, they just completed a retail component that has these container-designed restaurants and public area. If you go down to downtown Tampa, Vinnick, who's redoing the downtown there with walkability and design, has just done a container piece at Sparkman's Wharf. And I think that some of the stuff done in California, it is so contemporary, and I think it's a very good solution. And so I'm a big advocate of that. And it goes partially to the design, which is a contemporary industrial look. Everybody doesn't like it. That's fine. And I'm okay if there's a lot of anxiety about you don't like the colors that I like, or vice versa. But I do think we ought to be cognizant of the fact that this is a model that works, has been proven, has a lot of viability. I didn't know we were building them here in town. That's exciting, and congratulations to you and the kids out there. So I think this is something we ought to embrace. I'm okay if we decide later we've got to whittle it down, but we'll never get through the eye of the needle until we decide we're going to try and get through it. And I'm a big fan of it. Addition to that, I have, like I say, I've got a unique situation, and I can appreciate other areas that don't want them. I can tell you this is never going to happen in Lakewood Ranch because they have their conditions. It's going to happen in my neighborhood, and I'm welcoming it. I have the same parking problem with my neighbor down the street. I'd like you to send it down to him. He's got nothing there but a very small house, and there's so many cars there, I don't know what's going on. So I think that some of these one-off kind of concerns are legitimate. They happen. But they happen whether you have the law in your side or not. And so I just want to see this opportunity. I've got both sides. I've got a young daughter that's come back from school, and she and I are working together. I've got a mother-in-law on the other coast. I've got to get closer to us, and this could be that solution. I'm not sure I will. But if we have that opportunity, and my next-door neighbor's got a World War II veteran father, and they built an extension onto his house exactly like this, it's a great solution. So I think what we want to do is be cognizant of good real estate value. I'm kind of in the real estate business. I don't see this as a disadvantage. I think it's an economic yield driver. It's an economic solution. It is a cohesive family solution. And I think I hate to say this, I might even trust my cohort here to design a home next to me out of a container. Because I think landscaping and awnings and hardscape and plantings, all that stuff can be a part of this. And I think opportunity is something we want to grasp. And I'm very strong. Very few things get me very excited, like in zoning, no offense. But I think we have a chance to do something. And I would argue to all my realtor friends, I'm not a realtor, I'm a real estate broker. And I would just say this. There's a lot of non-disclosure that goes on. And if you can be as advocate of disclosure of the benefits and the disadvantages, people make their own decision. We have roosters in my neighborhood. I love them. I go out, they're not next door to me, but they're across the lake. And we hear them every morning. And the community website just says, oh, we don't like them. That's what I bought in. You know, the deer are there, the alligators lay up on the bank. That's my choice. So I think we should give people this choice. If you don't want to live there and you want to move into a place where all the houses are painted almost the exact same color and they're not any differentiation, then do that. But I think we ought to be open and engaging, and I love this idea. I'm just so proud to hear what you're doing here. I think that's community leadership, so thanks for that.
Very good. Any additional comments?
I just want to ditto his comments, except for one thing.
You know my mother-in-law?
No, just the shipping container is one potential option. We're not approving a shipping container specifically, so just to put some people's mind at ease. As much as I love shipping containers, you know, not everyone does. So.
My wife's trying to put me in one. So.
Very good. Anything further? All right, the chair will consider a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion.
Mr. Ron.
Based upon the staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and finding the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan in accordance with the criteria for the Land Development Code text amendment in Section 341 of the Land Development Code as contained herein, I move to recommend adoption of the Manatee County Ordinance 1902 LDCT 1805, amending the Manatee County Land Development Code as recommended by staff.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that? Mr. Heap.
I won.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Chair will call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item number 3. Item number 3 is quasi-judicial. So I would like to ask anybody who intends to present an opinion or provide testimony on any additional item on the agenda, please rise to be sworn in. If you don't do it now and you want to speak, you're going to have to do it later. So again, if you intend to speak on any item on the agenda from henceforth, please be sworn in.
You're going to talk.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you're about to present to the Planning Commission will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tusing, could you please read item number 3 into the record?
Yes, item number 3 is PDRV 1804ZG, which is the Linger Lodge RV Park Campground. This is a rezoning of approximately 11.2 acres that is generally located on the east and west sides of 85th Street, Court East, which is Linger Lodge Road, north and south of 71st Avenue Drive East, and north of the Braden River. And is located, the addresses are 7085, 7107, 7108, 7115, and 7205 85th Street, Court East in Bradenton. The rezoning is from Suburban Agriculture Watershed Protection Evers Special Treatment Overlay District, the Recreational Vehicle Park Watershed Protection Evers Special Treatment Overlay District, and Plan Development Residential Watershed Protection Evers Special Treatment Overlay District, to the Plan Development Recreational Vehicle Zoning District, while retaining the Watershed Protection Evers Special Treatment Overlay. It's also the adoption of a general development plan for an additional 40 recreational vehicle sites as part of a recreational vehicle park campground to include a maximum of 144 recreational vehicle sites, plus the existing facilities, which are a restaurant, a kayak launch, passive recreational areas, and a single-family residence. And proposed additional uses such as a check-in office, maintenance building, manager's residence, restrooms, laundry area, and clubhouse with the recreational amenities. This is a quasi-judicial item. Rosina Leiter is our planner, and the applicant's representatives are also here for presentation.
Very good. And we've got an updated traffic impact statement and public comments in the package that we have, so very good. Okay, who do we have for the applicant? Good morning. Prior to any comments from the applicant, have there been any ex parte communications on this application?
No.
Okay, seeing none disclosed, we're going to go into the applicant's presentation. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Jason Green with Weiler Engineering. We are here representing Riverloft LLC, the property owner. With me today, I have Robin Palmer, the project engineer, and Ruth Hoffer, excuse me, representing the ownership, part of the ownership team. So today we're going to talk about, obviously, Linger Lodge. Hopefully many of you are familiar with it. It's been around for a while. I'll go through some history to give some context, and then we'll get into the details of the plan. First thing, Linger Lodge history. It's got quite a history. It started, founded in 1945, essentially as a fishing and canoe campground. This is an aerial from 1951. Oops, excuse me. Again, 1957, as you look at the aerials, you can see the development starting to occur in the area. Some of the, I believe, the subdivision to the north platted and coming in. And we're going to see a big jump here and some development soon. Again, 1973, as the campground continued, people really finding out what a gem it is and trying to use that as a retreat from maybe some of the urbanization around them. Again, here a big jump in 1998. You can see the substantial amount of development that's occurred around them. Yeah, Linger Lodge has maintained its old Florida nature. I guess by this point it has become old Florida. Previously it was about 100 acres, and again today we're talking about essentially a little over 17 and a half acres in total. Nice old picture of the restaurant, which has been remodeled recently. Here you can see one of the original buildings, which unfortunately burned down, but was in the approximate location of the existing restaurant on site near the river. Here is, again, another gathering area. I think this was the first karaoke night that they had out there at the Linger Lodge. So we're going to cover some of the recent site improvements. While it's not necessarily part of the criteria for the rezoning, I think it's important to identify the things that the current owner has done to make site improvements and to improve the property. And part of that also does speak to, I think, Manatee County's desire and your code desire to eliminate some of the some of the mobile home and park model vehicles, essentially, that have been in RV parks and infiltrated the RV parks. Whereas what the current property owner has done is remove these types of structures, cleaned them out at their own cost, and try to clean up the site and make it truly an RV campground. So again, here's a picture of some mobile homes, all of which have been removed and have been returned to what they're supposed to be, which is a true RV campground and RV sites. So current conditions, obviously, there's your RV picture, some basic shell driveways, concrete pads, nestled in among some very large oaks and lots of vegetation. And it's part of that conversation I'll get to, but that's really been what we've been going back and forth with staff, is really trying to preserve and protect what's there while at the same time meeting your regulations, which sometimes, as you know, can be a little bit maybe over manicured type landscape buffers. We're trying to work those two things together. Again, there's a natural setting here, a lot of Airstream RVs. I guess this might be Airstream Row. And again, lots of areas with lots of shade, plenty of vegetation that we're looking to protect and preserve. And again, beautiful sites. That's why everybody comes here. This is one of the exit roadways. As over the years, as the canopy has grown, it's become really a true blessing to the site. You've got lots of shade driveways. This is actually at the point from the river, looking back towards the campsite, and it's really where a recreation area, not during wet season, obviously, but during dry season, it's a recreation area where they have artists and events, bluegrass festivals, that sort of thing. The property owner also owns across the river 10 acres, which will be preserved. It is not part of this application or request. They're going to maintain that in its natural condition, and that'll be part of the buffering between the more subdivision development that's across the river. Again, it's really become an iconic site, and they've spent a lot of money upgrading and modernizing the restaurant itself. Modern rustic is kind of the term I would use. I'm not an architect, so it's probably incorrect, but it's somewhat accurate from what I was looking at. Again, the site is heavily used by the community. Community activities such as yoga, kayaking. It is a private boat launch, but they've opened it and maintained that openness, and it essentially serves as a public boat launch for the community. And they get a lot of kayakers. So again, here's a picture of an art art program. Again, outside people coming in and using it as almost like a community park. And they welcome those people to come in and use this beautiful property. Annual Bluegrass Festival, I believe they've gotten upwards of 800 people over weekends for these types of festivals. So it's really become a substantial draw and has been for many, many years. So one of the reasons why we started down this road over 2 years ago was because, as with anything that's old, it needs to be renewed and refurbished. We need to solidify and really stabilize the foundation or the bones of this RV park, of this project. It's kind of hard to see, but in the shadow of the tree there's a big rut. They were having substantial washout. The roads have started to deteriorate and really need to be renewed and rebuilt. Drainage infrastructure deteriorating, pipes collapse, things rust over time. Again, we're talking over 60 years of different types of development. Those are all things that they're investing to renew and replenish and make better, and essentially meet your current, as much as possible, meet your current existing codes for not just the new location of the additional acreage, but for the existing. Here's the entryway. Again, we have potholes. They have things that they have to do, all part of the refurbishing of the existing infrastructure. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back. All right, so we got, there we go. Environmental considerations. Obviously, that's a key component. Here's some pictures of campsites. As you can see, I want you to pay special attention to the proximity to the river. Obviously, back when this site was developed, there was no regulations or setbacks from the river. But as part of this project, we will be basically moving those sites back, creating an additional upland and shoreline buffer in order to create a better capture for the runoff and improve the water quality that's going into the river. We have the rights to obviously maintain the RV sites there in those locations, but again, it makes sense to do that. It's desired by the county, it's desired by the applicant to make improvements to the site. Again, you can see they really didn't give much, pay much attention to how close they were to the river. We'll be moving that back and getting out of that initial upland buffer zone. This is essentially a 10 to 15 foot area that the rest of the shoreline will look like to create that separation from the river, with the RVs on the inside of the vegetation to your left of the screen, and then a buffer area between that and the river. This is just across the street. We talk about infrastructure and utilities. There's a lift station across the street that we will continue to be tied into, but they'll also be replacing all the water and sewer lines on the project and connecting new lines into the system. That's also about where the sidewalk will end that we'll have to put in across the street. Hopefully we can work with you guys around that fence, because that's kind of in the way of the sidewalk to keep going down the street. So let's get into the zoning. I want to touch on a couple things as far as what's going to happen and maybe the history of the acreage that's here. So we have multiple zoning districts on this site. Part of the large chunk of the property is PDRV, yet there's no planned development to go with it. It was a zoning that was assigned when you created some zoning. RVP is a zoning district that, again, that's approximately where the restaurant and some RV spaces are, and that was assigned, but there's no planned development or site plan on file for that. So what I'm highlighting in the black, outlined in the black, those three parcels, those are properties that are current today RV campgrounds, including the restaurant and recreation amenities. The two other pieces are outlined in yellow. One is an A1 zoning district and one is a PDR. Those are the two new sites that we would wish to add. And interesting, that PDR site, there's no other access to it except through the campgrounds. And that basically along that property line leading out to 85th Street is that road that I showed you with the canopy coverage. That's their exit road that'll just tie into that nicely. The check-in site will be across the street, which makes a really nice property for check-in. RVs come in from the north on 85th Street. They can circle in and check in, circle back around, and then come right into the intersection where the roads connect. So again, we've had three zoning districts on the existing RV campsite: PDRV, RVP, and A1. That's approximately 104 RV spaces with restaurant, maintenance facility, and some other items that are in that. Part of this goal is to get all of it under one zoning district, get a site plan that covers all of it, and then essentially make it easier for everybody to understand what's going on the site. So that's essentially what we're requesting, is all of these become one zoning district, PDRV. So here's the site plan, part of it. I'll show you the other piece here in a second. Hard to read. I apologize for that. It's the engineering side of it, I guess. So this is the layout of the roadways internally. Most of the major road in. Can I use the mouse here? So coming off 85th Street, there's an entry road, and that essentially is about the same place that it has been, that is currently. Everything to the upper left is the restaurant. Let me go back. So you can see the dark blob that's under the hatching. That's essentially the restaurant area close to the river. That has been remodeled, refurbished, and modernized, as I said. That is the parking area. Moving south of that is recreation and recreation and stormwater areas. Then you have a road that ties all this in, and then you have RV campground, and then everything to the right of the screen is RV campground. This is that other piece that's hanging out by the river, as I mentioned before. And again, this is showing specifically that 50-foot buffer that's required from the river. So we are meeting that, at the same time also providing some additional RV sites. And the road that leaves this site goes out into that, again, that road that I showed you with the canopy coverage that heads out to 85th Street. So I want to hit on the traffic study real quick. The estimated, it's a real big increase in traffic. I'm joking, of course. It's 13 trips is the total amount. Based on the analysis, it's obviously not a major increase in the amount of trips. The 104 is existing, and so the 40 additional is really what all that makes up. And so there's sufficient capacity on the roadway to handle the additional traffic. Specific approvals, there's 3 that are being asked for, and they really have to do with 2 of them have to do with landscaping. It was critical to work out with staff, how do you maintain the existing vegetation, maintain the old Florida look, and incorporate new vegetation requirements. Obviously, we're here with an existing park, with an existing development with certain setbacks that weren't developed according to your current setbacks. So based on the 50-foot buffer from the Brandon River, we meet that on the new parcel that we're asking to add, and we've attempted to meet it as much as possible on the part that's existing developed. But we've also committed and shown that there is no new impervious surface within that area that is within that buffer. So there is no changes overall to the development rights, essentially, that's within that area. The other one is a roadway buffer and the perimeter buffer. Again, the park, most of it being developed, and trying to maintain the existing vegetation. Again, here, this is a difficult location to then turn around and add county standard new vegetation. You want to incorporate the existing mature vegetation and make sure that we're not tearing something down to then replant. So here's a list of all the buffers and what they are proposed, and many of the proposed is within a range of what your existing criteria are. Roadway buffers, this is the existing site. You can see where the RVs are in proximity to the street currently. We will be adding fencing and enhancing that landscaping, but again, with an attempt to try to preserve those trees. You don't want to cut them down and then turn around and plant new trees. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So the last, apparently we need a approval for access through the residential area. I guess that's a technicality because we're there. They're already getting access through the development that came afterwards, but because it's a part of your code, we have to ask for your approval for that. So I just want to hit a couple project highlights. We comply with the RV site design standards. We've been able to, obviously on the new properties, new acreage, we would have to do that, but even on the existing development, we've been able to maintain the number of sites and increase the size of the RV sites and meet your code through efficiencies and better design. Before it was just kind of laid out wherever anybody wanted to park the RV, they ended up parking, and that's how the layout happened. But we've been able to meet your standards for that, and actually in some of them they're bigger. The goal is to maintain and enhance existing landscaping and entryway features, increase the river buffer by pulling back existing RV lots, modernize and shore up foundation or the bones of the project, connect a public potable water system, which will reduce groundwater withdrawal, especially near the river, new sewer lines and a lift station, relocate maintenance building. The maintenance building currently is right down next to the river, and we'll be relocating that back towards the street, closer to where the check-in area is. And then, of course, the ultimate goal, maintain character of Old Florida while enhancing this real cultural landmark and community destination since 1945. Some of the neighborhood considerations that have been ongoing through their existing operations, but will continue to be done. Proximity and access of the neighbors, again, the buffers, not tearing down and replanting. We want to enhance and build on what's already there. Noise and quiet hours, they already maintain 10 o'clock as quiet hours, and they've been doing that for many years. And then, again, the specific approvals, talking to the neighbors, they like the mature vegetation and canopy coverage. They like the vegetation that's there. So we're trying to enhance that and not ruin that. Am I limited? Can I keep going? Thank you.
Go ahead and.
Proximity to neighborhood, again, just there is two properties that are within the park. They've been within, adjacent to, but in the middle of it. They actually have access through the RV park. This is just to show that, they have some fencing and there's a road that they have access to. They're willing to put up a fence. The property owner is willing to put up a fence if they want that. That's kind of between them, the two parties. They haven't discussed that yet. And you can see the fence in the background on the other parcel. That's a neighbor and existing vegetation. Again, just to hit on the quiet hours is that, some comments that have been on social media sites of how enjoyable it was because it was quiet. They really enjoyed how at 10 o'clock everything turned off and it was maintaining those hours of operation. So again, I just want to keep hitting on that landscape buffer because this is what we have. And so to go in there and cut things down and then replant to meet specifically a code didn't seem like make a lot of sense. And I think the staff has done a great job working with us to try to find those areas that we need to really preserve and protect and add to and enhance. So these are parcels that we've received letters of support from. I believe they've been given to the county. If not, we have those available. And of course, I got to go through the technical part of the consistency with the comprehensive plan and land development code. So my favorite, the bullet points.
If you could
I'll
move
be real
along,
quick.
but,
I won't read all this. I just want to say, to summarize, this
in
is
summary.
our we believe that it's consistent with the land development code. We provide additional open space. We do meet the driveway aisles. All these types of things are being met, and it's also in your staff report. And then again, in closing, the policies identified within your staff report, policy 2.10.4.2, the other ones, all the location criteria, development standards for recreation vehicle parks, and compatibility through screening and buffering and all that. So it is, in my opinion, as a professional planner, that the proposed project meets the requirements established by the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, and based on the facts presented, consistency with the LDC and Comprehensive Plan, the findings and recommendation within the staff report, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval.
Very good. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. I think there's two parcels that were not included that were between the proposed PD and the river.
Correct. There's two parcels on the river.
Are those in a common ownership with the park? They're just being excluded from the.
No. So on the park side, there's two parcels that are owned by somebody else. They've been owned by other people for years, and they actually have access out through. They have an easement for access out through the existing and proposed access ways.
Okay.
So they are not included because they're different ownership.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that.
Yep.
I understood that point. And then, did you mention that the sanitary sewer system would be reconstructed or improved?
So I must have skipped over the picture. There's a very pretty picture of a lift station that was near the sewer, or near the river that is going to be replaced. There'll be a new lift station put in. All the piping, all the underground stuff will be replaced.
So my question was, the intent is to have a gravity system that would then flow to the lift station and then pump to the force main.
Right. So we will have a lift station on site that gravity to that and then pump across to your lift station, which then goes into the main system.
Oh, there's going to be a privately owned lift
Yes,
station?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Got it.
To get it across the street, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. For staff. Good morning.
Good morning, Rosina Leider and Kathleen Soren. I have a slideshow to summarize a little bit the proposal. Go to the first, can you move to the first page, please? Okay. Sorry, it's not working. Okay. This is the aerial that shows the location and the acres of the site. I'm going to repeat the same, that is east and west of 85 Street Court and north and south of 71st Avenue Drive. This is an enlarged view of the park, and across to the Linger Lodge Road is the new parcel that's going to be incorporated, and close to the river is the other parcel. The request is to rezone 11.20 acres to PDRB from A1, RVP, and PDR. With the PDR, I have to clarify that a long time ago when they create River Club, when they approved River Club, this was a part of the River Club DRI, and after that they reduced the area and exclude this portion of the site. The other part of the request is to approve a general development plan for an additional 40 RV sites, and including the 104 that are existing, for a total of 144 RV sites, and the existing facilities, like the applicant says, is the restaurant, Callao Lounge, recreational passive areas, and one single-family unit, and the additional facilities are the check-in office, the manager's residence, maintenance buildings, clubhouse, and laundry facilities. I know that it's a small site, but this information is in the staff report that lists all the approvals or that I could find in records here. And the first one was in 1967 with a special exception to operate a camping trailer park. And after that, a rezone from A to T3, that is travel trailer park, and after that to a final site plan to allow the 26 RV sites, and with the adoption of the Manatee Plan and the Manatee Comprehensive Zoning in 1981, they changed the zoning from T3 and T1 to R5. And after that, with the adoption of the Land Development Code, they assigned our PDRB and CRB that right now is RVP. Sorry. Since 2009, we received an application for rezone and allow 132 RV parks, and the proposal was abandoned. Also, in 2009, the building department, right now the Building and Development Service Department, issued an administrative determination that stated that trailer parks are not recreational vehicles, and also that an RV park is not allowed in Res 1. Staff is analyzing this proposal under the new regulations. The comprehensive plan has been changed, and the language in Res 1 allow recreational uses in general, instead like before that says only low-impact recreational uses. And also the Land Development Code lists in Res 1 as an allowed use the RVP, that is the Recreational Vehicle Park Standard Zoning District. Also, in the past, when I was analyzing the type of uses that was allowed in Res 1, the Res 1 language says neighborhood commercial uses, doesn't say anything else. And after that, Res 3, Res 6, Res 9, Res 16 have exactly the same language. And I don't know for what particular reason was determined that wasn't allowed in Res 1, but was allowed in Res 9 and Res 6, the recreational use. As the applicant pointed, the zoning, the site has 3 different zonings, PDRB, VRP, and A1, and PDR, 4 zonings. And can you change? And is with the rest 1, and almost the entire site is with the coastal evacuation area and the coastal planning area, except for the parcel that is across the 85th Street, in which going to be located, I don't know if this can point it. Okay, in which going to be the manager office. Everything is the coastal evacuation area and the coastal planning area that have restriction for density. The regulation for RV park allowed a maximum of 12 RV sites per acre, and the proposal include 8 RV sites per acre. And they are proposing 3 access along 85 and 2 access along First Avenue Drive. And the area is within Sonics A, AE, and the regulatory floodway of the Braden River. According to the environmental report, there are no wetlands inside, and it's water and sewer available. And this is a picture of the existing conditions that shows, and it's not really good, but shows the facilities. And to the southwest is the existing restaurant. Can you go to the next one? And this is the remark, the 2 new parcels that are going to be incorporated. The parcel to the north is in which going to be located the check-in and the residence of the manager, and to the side, other RV sites. There are the 3 specific approvals that the applicant mentioned. One is the reduction of the required 50 feet wide wetland buffer along to the Braden River, but this is exclusive for the areas that are already part of the RV park, not the new areas that are going to be incorporated. Also, the reduction of the requirement 50 feet wide roadway buffer and 75 feet wide perimeter buffer adjacent to residential or use designation. I would like to clarify that if you see in the staff report, I have a table that shows that the only regulation that requires 75 feet separation from residential in the entire regulations with the Land Development Code is PDRB. If you have an industrial site, the maximum that is required is 20 feet. I don't know what is the reason. Maybe at the time that was creating the regulations, people didn't like RV sites. I don't know.
Evidently.
maybe, I don't know. And with the 50 feet roadway buffer, only the north central overlay require 50 feet roadway buffer. Other regulations, the maximum is 20, and the standard zonings is 10 feet buffer. In this particular case, the applicant is providing a variable width buffer for roadway that varies from 20 to 55, and the minimum buffer along residential areas is 10 feet. We move to the next one. And this is shown in the table what is the buffers that are proposed and adjacent to each one parcel. And after that, I'm going to put in the document camera the plan that is easy to explain. Can you go ahead? Okay, I would like to put the document camera and show the site plan. This is the area in which is going to be the manager's office and the check-in, and the applicant is proposing 20 feet.
Can't see that.
Can you pull it down just a little bit?
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Not a problem.
This area is, like I said, going to be the check-in office and the manager's residence, and they're proposing 20 feet roadway buffer as well as 20 feet perimeter buffer. Along this area that is existing, they propose a variable width buffer from 20 to 55 and 20 feet around here. The perimeter buffer adjacent to residential, they are proposing 10 feet buffer along these properties, and also going to be the 10 feet plus 24 feet for the driveways is an additional separation. But this driveway is needed in order to maintain the flow of the internal circulation. They are proposing 30 feet along to the area, the new area that is proposed, as well as here. And this is the parcels that are not included, and they're proposing 10 feet buffer. And these parcels, as you see in the pictures that the applicant provide, all these parcels were created after this RV park was functioned for a long time. Also, they are providing 50 feet buffer along the Broward River, and this is the area in which they are asking for the reduction of the wetland buffer. Since this area is already impacted, they're going to do restoration, and here is Mr. Camilo to explain something else if you need it. We try to adjust as much as possible the buffers and address compatibility issues. This is a redevelopment project, and we think that's going to be a good asset, and it's an historical site with the county. We receive few letters asking regarding noise for music events and in the restaurant, and also smoke for campfires. And this comment was provided for somebody in River Club house, as in a resident on River Club. And also we receive few concerns about compatibility for the parcels that are not incorporated in the development. We think that this is a good proposal that try to adjust what is existing to the existing regulations that, like the applicant says, this was created with any regulation or any standards along many years, at least 30 years, and they are trying to update and to adjust to the new regulations. If you have any particular questions, I'm willing to answer. Or
with regard to the concern about compatibility with the two parcels that are toward the southern part of the site, who raised those concerns regarding the compatibility?
The owner
of those parcels?
Yes, the owner of that parcels, and the RV park was created prior to that parcels. Are coexisting, and this is one of the points that we take in consideration. All these parcels are coexisting with this developed for more than 30 years.
Can I just make one point, though?
Right. Just to get clarification, we're talking about the parcels that are on the north side of the river, the two that are excluded.
Let me show you here in the document camera.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I have it here too. These two parcels was created after this campsite was operating in 1951. Right. These parcels was created after that. These parcels was created after that. The same this. And the concern for the campfires and noise for music was provided for a resident in this area in River Club, in what I pointed to the south.
Right. My question is regarding compatibility. If I presume the campground, as you confirmed, the campground predated all of those parcel creations. So. But
just a point of information, but the parcel they want to add is a residential parcel, and it was designed as a part of that. And so conceptually, as you talk about this, it was integrated, that residential piece wrapped around the outside. Now what you're doing is taking all that traffic that's this expanded camping area and taking commercial in there, so you're wrapping them 100% around there where they used to have the river wrapping, correct? Have you been to the parcel?
Can you put the document camera again, please? Are you talking about this parcel?
Yes, ma'am. That's a residential.
This is the parcel that I said that was originally, long time ago, part of River Club.
Right.
But when River Club was zoning with a GDP,
Yes.
and after that, few years after River Club was approved, when they started to develop, they removed this area from the River Club. Never was with a particular plan for River Club.
But it was a residential piece, not River Club, but it was a residential
Was
piece. There
a
was a
resi-
house there along with those other two. And so what happened is that isthmus became a
Yes.
residential component. And what we're saying, and I'm following up on this statement, forgive me if I'm being inaccurate, but that was in a residential node that was not a part of the transactions and the traffic
they
and the
have-
activity that is currently proposed.
Yes, and this driveway that is here is part of the property of the site
Yes,
and
ma'am.
was being using for give access to the house that is
The
here.
single house that was there.
A single family home.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
A single family
Okay,
home.
I just want to make sure.
And these two parcels has access to easement from the campground.
I was trying to communicate that despite the presentation, it's not clear is that that module, the way it was designed, wraps around there, and that was a residential node around that. It's a house, correct? You said.
Yeah, it's a house.
Right.
But only a house. Here there are two houses.
Right.
Yeah.
So there were three houses and a row of houses that had an access point through
Yeah,
their property.
through the property.
And that's always been the way, and you're asking for a change in zoning to make that part of that and
Yes.
isolate those two and bring that intensity down there. That's what I'm trying to get at for,
Yeah.
is that correct?
Yes,
Yes. Okay, thanks.
Right. Okay. Any other questions for Rosina?
Well, I would.
If not, we were going to go to Mr. Knable to get some
Sure.
clarification. So, no other, thank you, Ms. Leiter.
Robert Knable, Manager Environmental Review Section, and I have been sworn. So we went out to the site and took a look at it, and we've been working with the applicant. It's kind of a unique situation because it's not really a residential development, it's a campground. So and it's been there for a while. So the buffer areas, some of the buffer areas are, especially in the one area you were just talking about, is forested and intact. The rest of the buffer areas, there's pieces of them that are intact. There's pieces of it that are just like grass with some shrubs and maybe a few trees here and there. And there's other activities over the years that have been in there, like there's like a horseshoe pit, things like that, you know. So we looked at it and with the science, you know, you're looking at nutrient loading, sedimentation, you know, habitat. Those are kind of what you look at with buffers. What's in there? So with respect to nutrient loading and that, grass is really good at you know, like catching the sediment and things like that. So that's there. And then there's trees. Trees are good for taking up nutrients, you know, in the ground when it's in the groundwater and things like that. So all those components are there. And then part of it is they're also going to do some plantings within about 10 feet of the river out there. So I think all in all, I guess what I'm trying to say, all in all, we looked at it. It meets the intent of the code, and we believe that it'll provide adequate buffering.
So with respect to what's out there now, it's going to be maintained in addition to, there's going to be additional plantings. And I thought was there additional mitigation for the buffers also?
There'll be some plantings along the river, adjacent to the river.
Right.
And then some of those areas out there will remain as they exist today, with grass and a mixture of some shrubs. And some of it is just grass, where the picture where there was the Bluegrass Festival was held and stuff like that.
So are we considering the river a wetland?
The river is, it's always a good point.
Yeah.
It's technically, it's a deep water habitat is what
Right.
it would be. let me find my notes here.
I have a series of questions. So if the river is being considered a wetland, I think we have a 50-foot buffer from the river, the delineation of the river, and what we're talking about is within that 50 feet. Uses have occurred that predate the Water Management District's existence. So what we're doing is taking this opportunity to maybe reset some of those impacts that occurred in the past and provide additional mitigation or best management practices with regard to a typical buffer. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct, right?
Okay. All right, understood. I wanted to make sure that was clear, because I think it needs to be understood that a lot of the impact that would have been protected had this come in today predate the existence of the Water Management District, so they weren't protected at the time. So, all right, very good.
That's correct.
So could I ask you a question?
Yes.
So having been on this property, this is why I'm so sensitive to this. It's got a huge delta of fill there, so there's a big drop off, and when it rains there, when there's big rains, this design, the way it has kind of come to be through the river, has developed a kind of a banking system where that is all kind of boarded up and then is supported in there and then goes away, and then you've got this big deficit of land. So to get this accomplished, are they going to bring in, how much fill do you think they're going to bring in to bring it up to, say, make this buffer work?
Well, I don't. From my knowledge, they weren't bringing any fill into the
There's
buffer
no fill
area.
going in this location.
That's correct. It's going to stay. I mean, we can have the applicant come up and.
Yeah, that'd be
talk.
interesting to me.
I mean, there might be some new, replacement of pads, like the existing pads, but from my knowledge,
Yeah, so you've not taken into the topography to figure out the landscape. You're just looking at their plan, say, here's the elevation and.
No, we went out on site and walked the site and looked at the buffer that's out there right now.
To kind of dovetail on that and get clarification, typically you have the river where it's much lower than the bank.
Right.
So when the delineation of the river, the wetland, is done, it's typically up to the high point, correct?
Out on that site, there's not really a wetland extending.
Yeah.
It's more at the ordinary high water mark of the Braden River out there.
We'll have the applicant provide some clarification with regard to that.
Because obviously the 100-year flood line's way past where this goes out. That's one of the things I was looking at.
Right. The 100-year flood plain would extend further, but it's not a regulatory wetland area. It doesn't meet the criteria of having the hydrology, the soils, and the vegetation.
Okay, very good. All right, any additional questions for staff? We're going to open it up for public comment. So, all right, thank you. Again, I'm going to open this application up for public comment. I have 2 speaker cards. I'll call your name, and if you could, please come forward and state your name, and also please state that you've been sworn, because again, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. So the first speaker card I have is Denise Kleiner. She left? Okay. All right. The next speaker card I have is Brian Lichterman. If you would, please come forward and state your name and that you have been sworn.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Brian Lichterman. I'm president of a land planning firm in Sarasota called Vision Planning and Design, and I have completed a speaker sheet this morning. I'm here this morning.
And you have been sworn?
I have sworn. I'm here this morning representing Mr. Dave Henry, who has the unique privilege of owning 2 single-family lots, which are completely surrounded by this property. And as such, he has a very unique position here in that he's probably impacted more so than anybody else within this particular area. And I'd like to go on record stating that we're not necessarily opposed to this project. However, we do have a number of concerns that we think need to be properly addressed. If I can have my presentation.
Hold on. We have a presentation. Has that been provided to the clerk's office?
Mr. Chairman, following the hearing, I receive all of the slide
Okay.
presentations as long as it's, on the computer.
Very good.
Can I have my first slide, please? This is a copy of the general development plan that's in your packet. We only received this the other day, so we haven't had a tremendous amount of time to really evaluate this. My only comment about this particular concept plan is it's very disorienting the way that it's set up. It should be on a north-south orientation. And maybe that's just me as a planner, but I think when people look at this plan, it's very difficult to understand that the way that this is set up, it's not the way that it is in reality. It should be on more of a north-south access. Likewise, here's a aerial photo that was in your packet. I'm hard-pressed to try to understand that. That's very difficult for anybody to ascertain. There's no boundaries of the property that are identified, so it just made it very difficult to even understand what this project is proposing. On this particular version, I've reoriented it so you can see where Mr. Henry's two properties are located. I've identified them with those red arrows. And as you can see, he is completely surrounded by this property. And so on the next slide, our biggest concern, they are proposing a 30-foot buffer along his western boundary, but they're only proposing a 10-foot landscape buffer along his other western boundary and along his two northern boundaries. We've been told that there's a proposed stormwater pond in this area immediately to his north. Mr. Henry's concerned that when you look at this development concept plan, if in fact that is a stormwater pond, from looking at this concept plan, there's no identification of where these 144 units are going to be. Now, I understand the general development concept plan is very general, but on the other hand, how is he able to ascertain what the impact of these units specifically next to his property is going to be? I mean, obviously they know that there's going to be 144 units on this property. They should be able to at least show the orientation and the configuration of those lots specifically next to his property. And so that's a concern that we feel the applicant really needs to do a better job. Unfortunately, there was never a neighborhood workshop that was done for this project, and so now we're having to react to this. We felt that the applicant should have really reached out to Mr. Henry, who is being significantly impacted by this project and should have been consulted to have his input. I'll wrap up here in a second. Our big concern is, as your staff has identified, buffer widths, potential great impacts, access to local streets. There is a provision in the staff report that talks about the buffers being required to be 75 feet. They're being reduced down to 10 feet adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Maybe 10 feet is fine, but we think that the applicant should reach out and work with us on coming up with that 10-foot buffer so Mr. Henry's properties are adequately protected in the future. That completes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Lichterman, you said there wasn't a lot of communication between the applicant and the Mr. Henry. It's been presented in the testimony that access was going to be provided. Has there not been any communication with regard to that?
That's definitely a concern. Mr. Henry's concerned about his access. You know, now he's going to have to be going through a gated community, which isn't necessarily a problem, but he's never really been communicating to that. He's really concerned about stormwater runoff that's going to adversely impact his properties. We just feel that the applicant should have done a better job at communicating with him. And like I said, we're not opposed to the project, but we just feel that there's been this void in communication with him, and we feel that that should take place.
Very good. And the applicant representatives are present, so I know this is a matter between private parties, so I think they would probably like the opportunity to have a discussion. So
okay.
One of the benefits of a public hearing.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. All right. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to this matter? If you could come forward, state your name and that you have been sworn.
Thank you. My name is Phil St. John. I've been sworn. I'm a resident within walking distance of the Linger Lodge facility and the property. I live at the back end of Braden Woods, Braden Woods resident. And I just want to say that I've had an opportunity to see significant improvement from the owners of Linger Lodge now. I think I've had a chance to talk with them, and from my personal opinion, they are very committed to trying to keep the natural Florida, maintain the historic value of this, and work with the neighborhood. I was a little surprised to hear the previous speaker say that they've not communicated with those property owners, because with us, they've been very open in communicating what their intent is, what their plan is, and to try to take into consideration the views or the concerns of the local neighbors. So I appreciate that, and I just wanted to speak on their behalf because I've been very impressed with them being forthright and open and wanting to maintain the natural Florida and the historic value of this, and to take into consideration of the various issues. So I thank you. And did you have a question?
I don't know. Does that conclude your comment?
That concludes, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You say you live in Braden Woods. You represent Braden Woods?
No, I don't represent.
When you say you were communicated to, how
I'm
was
sorry.
that?
I'm a resident
Okay,
in Braden Woods. I have a home there,
Gotcha.
and we walk almost daily down past Linger Lodge and around the corner and things,
Sure.
just from a physical standpoint.
Surprised we
and
met.
things.
But also wanted to ask you, did you were you part of the group that was actively involved in making the Meyer Park thing?
I was I was involved with the Friends of Keep Woods organization, which worked with the neighborhood and things as far as trying to preserve the property along the Braden River. That's where you maybe have recognized me from prior, a year ago or so. All right?
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Again, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on this application? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and we're going to go to staff closing comments. Any additional information from staff? Anything? Nope. Okay, nothing. And then that is going to bring us to the applicant's rebuttal. So any closing comments or points of clarification or rebuttal?
I just want to point out, in case it was hard to tell on the site plan, that roadway that you referred to that's giving access to the new area, that roadway's there. Mm-hmm. So that traffic already exists traveling out through the exit through that, and that dead ends into that lift station, just to kind of give you an orientation to that. So that roadway and that traffic flowing through the property is already there.
Are the rights for the neighbor, are those rights already in existence?
Yeah, so my understanding from the surveyor and the documentation that they've researched is there is an easement for both parcels that go to actually the middle of the property. But the layout that's proposed as far as the main roadway that easement is along maintains essentially the same route. Okay. So their exit will be the same. Their access from the driveway of the house out is exactly the same.
Very good, thank you. Any additional points on rebuttal?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Ruff.
So, can we reference the vision planning person's situation? My concern here is that we're hearing from someone who's most impacted that nothing has been taken or talked to on an individual basis. Is that so?
I would disagree with that. We've been in contact and playing phone tag with the gentleman that was standing here before. Robin Palmer, the project engineer, has gone back and forth to try to discuss the project. I would admit, yes, we have not been able to have a sit-down, full conversation. Probably both parties' fault, but we've tried to reach out on several occasions and have the discussion about the project.
Right.
But again,
remedy that.
I'm sorry?
How will you remedy that?
The owners just stated to me and has always stated that they're more than willing to talk to them about issues that they have, whether it's fencing, whether it's landscaping. We're not a believer in that the width is necessarily a determining factor, whether it's 10 or 20 or 30. It's the content within that buffer, what type of buffer it is. That's really what we're more than happy to talk to them about that.
With regard to noticing neighbors and requirements for public workshops, what is Manatee County's requirement? Just this comes up frequently, and I'm not sure what what the metric we're
Right.
being.
Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. There is no mandatory neighborhood workshop required. They are noticed within 500 feet of the property boundaries.
And there's a record of the noticing for
Yes.
any zoning action. And then signs are posted.
Yes.
With the date and time of any public hearings.
That's correct.
Okay. So any interaction is a courtesy to the neighbors?
Yes,
with
we
regard-
usually encourage people, especially in situations like this where there are neighbors present, to try to talk to them. But there are no mandatory meetings.
Well, I think it's tremendously helpful, obviously, if there's a dialogue in advance of a public hearing, but it's not required. I think that needs to be understood.
I have another question.
Yes, sir.
Is there not an abutters letter that goes out?
That's the noticing that's given.
Right, the noticing has to go to the abutters, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that mandatory?
Yes.
Has the abutter received this in this case, do we know?
I don't know, I assume so.
Well, they're all, it's my understanding they're certified letters, are they not? So there's a.
No.
No, they're not certified.
No, the notice is not certified. It is, you sign an affidavit, and they give us the notice list that is prepared by the property appraiser's office, and they certify that they have mailed those notices.
Right.
There's an affidavit.
My mistake is that they're returned if not delivered with, I think, I've seen them come back with some type of postal indication that they're not delivered. So,
Right.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
affidavit of mailing and posting is included with the staff report.
Right.
Jeremy Henry is listed on the list.
Very good, thank you. And that's usually the part I think most of the planning commissioners just skip over when they're reading the, the newspaper advertising and the, yeah. Yeah. So,
We're not looking over here.
yeah.
As well as Mary Henry.
Okay,
Trustee.
very good, thank you. I'm sorry, I interrupted your rebuttal. Is there
No,
any additional,
No, if there's any other comments, I'd be happy to answer.
and I think Mr. Roth brought up a good point. I think the public hearing, at least the applicants are here, there's an opportunity for the parties to interact. So I would encourage, when this goes to the Board of County Commissioners, that there can be a clarification that the dialogue has occurred.
Mr. Chairman, I
From
have
that
one question. Can the applicant provide for the record a copy of the easement deed you're referring to, or does staff have it?
It's part of the packet in the submittal of the existing conditions. That from what was provided to us is from the surveyors, what easement is there.
Right.
If there's other easements or other discussions that we're not aware of, we're more than happy to accept those from the applicant, or from the adjacent property owner.
Right.
And
So
have
does-
that, like I said, welcome that dialogue.
Does staff have enough information to find it? Okay, thank you.
And was the survey that was provided with the application prepared with benefit of title?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Can I ask one other question?
Mr. Rutledge?
Yes, sir. And so, this parcel at one time was part of another parcel, which is adjacent to this, which was the subject of a lot of discussion, and ultimately the county's going to put a park over there. Are you aware of any of that stuff, what's been going on there, what they did, what the design is?
I was familiar with and I'm going to get the name wrong, the Friends of the Park, that situation. I think over the last year and a half, there was some conversation in the community. I think there was polling or voting going on, if I'm not mistaken. I'm familiar with that. I don't know about the design or the outcome to that.
So you did not take into account on your design of this isthmus what they're doing on that side of the river?
Not specifically, no, other than trying to maintain the 50-foot buffer and the existing vegetation with it, and then obviously squeezing the development portion of that within that isthmus.
Okay.
All right. All right, and again, to protect the public hearing process, and do you have any other rebuttals before I close the public
I
hearing?
do not, thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Comment of, or the testimony
You're closing that part.
We're done talking about that. So we'll go ahead and consider a motion or deliberation, discussion. What's the pleasure of the board? Is there any?
I'd like to make some comments.
Okay,
So
so let's deliberate.
let's deliberate. So here's my sensitivity. My neighbor here was involved in something that was very significant in the neighborhood. We're on the other side of this river with the park area over there. There's a lot of involvement in that. And I am curious whether all the people that were so active in maintaining that wetlands and that park area and all the things that were done on that side of the river would have seen this as a complementary, appropriate kind of integration of that along the river. I've been on this property. I cannot see this design consistent with the land that I walked on. And so without knowing what's going to go on there, with that road access, moving all that traffic down on that isthmus around the river, I find troubling. I don't find it consistent. I'm not sure what you're going to do down there. There's not enough detail for that. I know that you don't have to, but for me to vote positively for that would be it would be difficult because I just don't understand it well enough, and I don't have enough clarity whether it's camping or RVs, the RVs there. So I'm just telling you, I don't feel like there's enough information. I'm not against it. I think the things you've done there so far, I like the idea of adding it and integrating it, but I'm not comfortable that it's designed in a way that's effective to the detail of the topography there. I'm not sure it's consistent. I see no reason to give away the buffers, and I'm not a proponent of converting what is really a tropical wetlands in my mind, walking through there with a canopy, the water boarding, and all the rest that's a part of that, to just go ahead and move a bunch of RV product down there when we generally don't do that. And so I'm going to find a very negative response to this, not because I'm against the park. I like the park. I like the adding of the place across the street. All that's been great. But this particular piece of property, I think, is integrated as it was originally in the PUD as part of the river and the parcel on the other side. And I think the work that was done by the neighborhoods there spoke very loudly about what they think about it. And I know I didn't get any notice about this. I'm not 500 feet, but I'm just sensitive to that and what the effort was done before. So I'm going to be negative on this until there's more clarity and you can represent that this is 100% consistent with what's around there. It's a very positive approach to the river there, and that putting a X number of people, which I don't know what they are, either camping, pouring stuff outside their tent, all the kind of stuff that goes around with that I'm comfortable that's not a detriment to the design. So the rest of it, I'm fine with it, but this particular piece, that bothers me.
Very good. Any other thoughts on this?
We don't have the privilege of the additional knowledge of a park across the river. Could you elaborate a little bit?
Well, I don't know that, yeah, I don't know that we can consider, I mean, this application has to stand on its own merit, and I think if we start looking at, having knowledge of what's occurring off-site, I think it's...
Does that run to consistency?
What?
I mean, if it's listen, I'm not trying to argue.
No, I don't know, but again, the process we're going through is a quasi-judicial process, and there's a standard that has to be met, and if the application meets the standard, regardless if it's liked by the entity voting on it, the board or the planning commission, with the recommendation for approval, is irrelevant. Is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? Is it consistent with the land development regulations or the land development code? There may be private matters between entities. Those are private matters. The county can't resolve those matters. So again, our metric is the consistency with our adopted rules and regulations. So, and the fact that it's liked, personally liked, should be irrelevant.
Yeah, it's okay, so I have to respond to that. You don't mind, of course. So I rarely disagree with the staff. I rarely disagree with chairman, but I would have to say this. Putting an RV park there in that area is inconsistent with the environment and designs, in my opinion. I'm entitled to that. That's why they brought me here. And in addition to that, I am excited about development. I'm a developer myself. But I can say this. The surrounding area has some high value in at least the neighborhood of its environmental condition. I don't think this speaks to that. I think this speaks to solving a development problem and adding more units and being more profitable, which we don't care about. But being on that property, I just feel like adding all that intensity there is inconsistent. Again, I rarely disagree with staff because I think our staff does a great job. I think they're very good. But I see no reason to give them relief from the buffer designs. I see no reason to give them exceptions. If they can work it all out and do it all consistent with code, then you can bring it back and we can answer that. But I'm not going to vote for it, and I'm not going to be disappointed that you disagree with me.
And with regard, one of the views I have is, again, this predates the water management district, so a lot of the uses were done, things that maybe were done that couldn't have been done in the current rules and regulations that we abide under. But What's being done is somewhat of a cleanup of a lot of pieces. We're taking things that are just an aggregate of different uses and zonings and putting them under a comprehensive plan development. That the area toward the, that's actually not the south, that would be the west. East is actually, it's currently used for activities.
It's a house. No, it's not currently used.
But it's owned by.
Yeah.
It is now.
There's an existing pavilion along there, so, I mean, there's some type of.
It's zoned
activity.
residential, so if they're doing that, doesn't make it right. I mean, just.
It's part of a PDR, which was explained when it was just an assignment from the previous. It is residential, plan development residential. I'll acknowledge that it is residential. But it's not typically, the use isn't a typical residential. So again, the way I view it is a opportunity to kind of place a set of rules and regulations and guidelines over the entire area as opposed to having it piecemeal together. So I view that as a positive. And with that comes the formal delineations of buffers that do not currently exist, some constraints and restrictions on some of the environmental factors that make this a nice area. So that's why I view this as more positive than the counter, the negative. So that's just the way I'm.
And I would just say, I'm glad to do that as long as they can meet the code. But they haven't come in with what meets the code. So I can then find it inconsistent in other ways. So this is, I guess, why they have a few people on the board, right?
Exactly. Very good. Any additional comments?
Can we clarify something?
Hold on. Ms. Shank, if I open the.
Well, we're in deliberation, so
So if I allow them to testify, I have to.
you have to allow the applicant
a
an
rebuttal.
opportunity.
So, is it worth opening it up for testimony and rebuttal? Okay. Thank you. Again, we're trying to protect the due process and make sure everything's. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought you had a question.
I've walked this property. I don't live in Braden River. But any improvement to what's been going on since whenever this happened in 1931, and you guys have lived there since then, this is putting RVs, which are far cleaner than the mobile homes. It's going to make the place look a lot better, even though it has that Florida look. It's going to be a lot better Florida look. It may not be ideal for what you'd like, but what you're living with is horrendous compared to what they're talking about. That's my point of view.
Okay. All right. Have we deliberated enough? All right. Let's go ahead and Chair will consider a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion.
Mr. Ron.
Based upon a staff report, evidence presented, comments made at a public hearing, and finding the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the Manatee County Land Development Code as contained herein, I move to recommend approval of Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDRV 1804ZG as recommended by staff.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Ron. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Roth, second. Any additional discussions or deliberation? Okay, the chair is going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Opposed.
Very good. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 4-1. And Mr. Rutledge, for the record, you've expressed your concerns with regard to opposition. Are there any additional points you'd like to get on the record?
Well, I like I say, I think, I agree with Mr. Roth. I like the stuff that's been done there. I just think it would be appropriate that there was so much energy sent for this area that you consider communicating with that group that was involved in that and see if you can get some buy-in. If they say they think it works and all that's good, I'm okay with it, but I'm just sensitive.
Very good, thank you. And please, if the applicant take note of some of the concerns that were brought up, they may be brought up again at the board hearing, so.
They heard you.
There.
Good talking.
Very good, thank you. All right, so that's item number 3. We've got item 4, 5, 6, and 7 still to go. And it's obvious that we're probably not going to get through this agenda before lunch, so let's just plan on as close to 12, we'll break for lunch. So, Ms. Tusing, could you please read item number 4 into the record?
Yes, item number 4 is PA 1807, ordinance 1920. It is the I-75 State Road 64 Development, Inc. This is a privately initiated, small-scale comprehensive plan map amendment. Again, this is a privately initiated map amendment to the future land use map of the future land use element to designate specific real property generally located on the south side of State Road 64 and east of 64th Street Court East, commonly known as 911 64th Court East in Bradenton. The changes from the residential 3 dwelling units per acre to the retail office residential future land use classification. Again, this is a legislative matter. Dorothy Rainey is the planner for this, and the applicant's representatives are also here.
Very good, thank you. And I think I previously said all the remaining applications were quasi judicial, so apparently not. So I have a mistake that's on the record. So don't tell my wife. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Scott Rudisill. Have not been sworn, but I promise I'm going to tell the truth anyways.
Okay.
And I'm with Blaylock Walters. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to give a brief overview, and then I'm going to turn it over to Bob Schmidt, who's going to get into the planning analysis for the request. But I want to start by orienting you to the property. So the property is approximately 6.28 acres, located on State Road 64 at the interchange, I-75. You can see this area here is where the Wendy's, and there's a car wash there. It's right at that intersection at 64th Street Court East, which is a signalized intersection in that location. As Margaret mentioned, the request before you is for a small-scale map amendment from Res 3 to ROR. This area has obviously changed quite a bit, including the recent changes to that interchange. This property has probably not been a logical location for low-density residential for some time, but now even more so. So that's the impetus behind the change. The future land use map for the area, you can see a portion of the site is actually already designated ROR, a small piece along 64 there. But there's ROR to the north, and then there's city parcel to the west, which extends further down 64th than our site, and that site is also designated commercial on the city's future land use map. And similarly, here's the zoning map. You can see it's got GC to the north, and then show you this is the city's zoning map. This is the part we're talking about here. So the project site is up here on this side. You can see the red there is their suburban commercial corridor, and if you look, it's their commercial designation for all the properties essentially along State Road 64. So it would be, for example, the Home Depots within the same zoning district, just to give you an idea of the type of development that may be coming to that area. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Bob Schmidt. I actually have been sworn, even though I didn't have to be, so I'll pick up where Scott left off. Scott gave you some orientation issues, and one of the things that I had to look at in preparing the application was to do a comp plan narrative and analysis of certain policies of the comprehensive plan. And one of those items is a reason for what is our reason for this request? Has there been a change in circumstances? This parcel has been part of the Res 3 future land use category since the adoption of the comprehensive plan in 1989. That was 30 years ago. I could not find an aerial from 1989, but I did from 1984 and then another one from 1980. I'm sorry, there was one from 84 and 94. And I did not print the 84 aerial because it was prior to the 89 comp plan. But this is the, if I can go to the overhead. This is the 1994 aerial. So the comp plan was in effect, and as Scott showed you, this is in the Res 3 future land use category. But the subject parcel sits right in here, and you had Travelers Oasis across the street. The Best Western that's here now was not built yet. Gettle Toyota right here was not built yet. Neither was the Walmart, and a lot Home Depot right here, right here. This is Morgan Johnson. And a lot of the infill that has been since constructed with some of the fast food and so forth does not show up in 1994. This is the current aerial, and you see how much it has filled in. There's Walmart, there's Gettle, there's Home Depot, and then you see a lot of other things that have filled in. So in terms of the comp plan change in circumstances, there certainly has been a lot of change in circumstance. With the Res 3 low-density residential proposal in this area now, it's just not practical anymore. This site is essentially on the new on-ramp. If you've gotten on State Road 64 on the interstate in this location, there's a giant elevation change in front of the property. Gets even higher when you get around the turn. It's, in fact, I drove it yesterday, went out and took a picture, and there is a rooftop of an existing structure there at the turn when you get on the interstate, and it has to be 15 feet below the, if the structure is 15 feet, there's at least 10 feet above that. So it's probably 20, 25 feet high in that location. This is a picture right here. The car wash that Scott mentioned sits right here. So the property line is right here. And as you get on the on-ramp, you essentially get higher. A lot of the front, there's quite a bit of frontage of our property on 64, but obviously we're not going to be able to access State Road 64. It's a limited access road, and you've got an on-ramp there, so that's not going to occur. This hotel site is, though, located at a signalized intersection of State Road 64 and 64th Street Court East, behind Wendy's and the car wash, and it's a logical place to put some new commercial development. This is a comprehensive plan amendment. We have submitted an application for a rezone with a site plan, but that's not what we're talking about today. We're asking for ROR, retail, office, residential, and there's an array of things that can go in that ROR future land use category. When we come back before you in June, we'll talk about the site plan, but we are not doing that today, just for informational purposes. Some of the other criteria in the comp plan for a comp plan amendment is consistency relative to infrastructure services, and in this case, we are west of the future development area boundary. As you know, you got Lakewood Ranch out further east, Heritage Harbor. I think we all know Costco is being built in the northeast quadrant of this location, or this intersection rather. And there is quite a bit of development in this area. There's even more as you go east. We also have to address selected site characteristics, native habitat, wetlands, things like that, and we don't have any issues relative to that. As I said, this is located at the interchange of I-75 and 64, and it's not logical to assume that we're going to do low-density residential here anymore. The site is also analyzed for infrastructure improvements. We have water, sewer, parks are close by with Bennett Park and Heritage Harbor, and we've got a transit bus stop in close proximity to the site. So we meet all the criteria for a change from Res 3 to ROR, and I have read Dorothy's staff report. I think she hit the highlights very well, and we concur with that staff report, and we request your approval. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I have one question. A traffic impact statement was provided. I think it was traffic impact. Was that required for the comprehensive plan?
As I understand it, the TIS is required even for straight rezones, even if you're not analyzing the proposed use, so yes.
So the uses proposed in that, were they the highest intensities that could be done on the site?
That's my understanding. That's what we had to analyze.
So,
yes.
the question, or the reason I'm asking is that there's not a representation that this is what's being proposed. I know we said we'd talk about the final site plan, or the preliminary site plan, if it goes, or the rezone at a later date, but is there any, my point is there a correlation between the traffic impact statement and what's proposed? Or what's proposed could be significantly less than what's represented in the traffic impact statement?
That could be the case. Obviously, when we get to the rezone, you will hear more information about that.
To try to articulate my question or concern is the traffic impact statement that we see today could be the worst case scenario, not an accurate representation of what we're likely to see.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Chair, is this time to ask the applicant about road improvement, 64 two-lane road, or do we wait till they come back for?
It would probably be tied to the actual preliminary site plan. Again, there is a consideration, it's my understanding there's a consideration with regard to the comprehensive plan, but that's a broader series of rights that are granted, not the specific.
Okay, so specific traffic questions and traffic flows and road improvement, stuff like that would be when they come back again?
I think we would probably have to limit it to what was presented in the application. So I don't know if you had an opportunity to review the TIS, if there was a statement regarding what was proposed or the findings, whatever the findings were, that might be the way to ask your question relevant to this part of the hearing.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify something. I mentioned preliminary site plan. John Cavoli is the engineer. He is here. He did a very detailed plan, but we did apply for a general development plan.
Right.
And the reason that we did is because we don't want the plan to expire.
Exactly.
So you'll see that next month. Now, even with the general development plan, there is a TIS that accompanies that application, and we'll talk more about it at that time. The only other thing that I would like to add is that we are looking at, now with the changes to the land development code, seeing if we've got an option of doing a straight rezone in this case. But the entranceway requires a certain amount of preservation of trees, and we cannot attain that, and that kicks us into the plan development process. So you're going to see the plan, a general development plan at the rezone stage.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Good morning, Ms. Rainey. Good morning.
Good morning, Dorothy Rainey for staff. If we can have my presentation. Okay. Probably won't add too much more to what Mr. Schmidt provided and Mr. Rudisill, but the future land use category, as was mentioned, is Res 3 with a tiny tip of ROR at the north edge there along State Road 64. And the zoning is A1. Here's an aerial of the site, as you've seen it already, and a zoomed out version so you can see the development that's occurred. Okay. So the site information, it's 2 parcels totaling 6.28 acres, A1 zoning, and a Res 3 future land use category. And the request is, of course, to change the future land use category from Res 3 to retail office residential. And of course, once the plan amendment is approved, the applicant will be rezoning the project likely to PDC to allow development with the 2 100-room hotels and 6,500 square feet of commercial retail. And it will be a general development plan. Surrounding uses, as you were told earlier, is Wendy's restaurant and car washes to the northwest of the site, and it's zone GC. Across State Road 64 is additional commercial retail uses with GC zoning. To the south is residential uses and vacant land in A1 zoning. To the east, also residential single family in A1 zoning, and then to the west across 64th Street Court East is commercial retail uses in the city limits. The positives are the retail office residential future land use category is consistent with property to the north and all along the State Road 64 corridor from I-75 westward, north and south of 64. The expansion of the ROR future land use will allow for more infill with commercial retail uses, especially the much-needed hotel facilities that the applicant is proposing. Negatives, there are single-family homes to the south and east across the street that may be impacted by the hotel uses and commercial retail uses proposed. The proposed change has the potential to increase public utilities usage, and the ROR allows for an increase in residential density to 9 dwelling units per acre if they had developed it that way. Mitigating a detailed analysis, of course, of the capacity and impacts on public facilities, including utilities and transportation, will be required at the time of the development, which will be like they're getting their certificate of level of service, of course. Any future development of the site will comply with LDC requirements for setbacks, open space, traffic design, roadway improvements, and stormwater requirements. And there will be adequate buffering, landscaping, and design should provide a transition between this future development and the adjacent residentially developed areas that are zoned A1. We recommend approval. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Rainey? Okay, hearing none. I do have a question regarding Public Works, or something that maybe Public Works could answer. Are there currently, we saw some graphics that demonstrated that there were City of Bradenton parcels. I presume City of Bradenton is providing services, water and sewer service. Are there county services also in this area that would be accessible for any future use of the site?
You got it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, and I have been sworn. Mr. Chair, I would assume that you are referring to water and sewer utilities?
Yes.
Yes. As far as water infrastructure, there is a 36-inch water main located along the south side of State Road 64 adjacent to this project. And in addition, there is a existing 12-inch sanitary sewer force main along the south side of State Road 64 as well.
In the 36-inch, the county allows connections?
That would be, there's also a 6-inch water main that is running along 66th Street East, which actually physically ties into this 36-inch water main, which is located along the eastern boundary of the project. So yes, the preferred tie-in connection point would be off the 6-inch water main, and also the adjacent water utility infrastructure that's located south of State Road 64 within the neighborhood.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
So
Mr. Roth.
I guess my question is, without a site plan, I don't know how many rooms we're talking about. I don't know how many retail operations. The question is that going to be adequate, or is it going to need to be added?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roth, as far as from a demonstration of adequate water and sewer, yes, there is adequate water or sewer in place for this particular development to connect into the existing utility infrastructure for water and sewer services.
Thank you.
So, and again, at the comprehensive plan, is there capacity available? We don't know what the use is, but is there capacity? And then, again, same with traffic, it's worst case scenario, and it'll be refined a little bit later. So broadly speaking, capacity is available. Any additional questions for staff?
The question regarding the entry, there is a traffic light on 64, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Nothing about the diamond is going to affect this site. I mean, we're not going to get an entrance from 64, so it's going to be down whatever that street is at the traffic light next to Wendy's. Could somebody explain what the problem was with the trees and the? Anybody?
The site access.
The site access.
Oh,
Yeah. Is this not the right place to discuss it?
I'm not sure. Mr. Galliano, were there considerations with regard to this comprehensive plan amendment with regard to site access and where the appropriate site access should occur?
Nelson Galliano, Transportation Planning, and I have been sworn. Regarding the access will be on the 64 and east, on the 64th Street Court East, and I don't believe that FDOT, which is the owner of the Manatee Avenue 60, State Road 64, will allow any access close to the ramp. Another thing is the intersection with State Road 64 and 66 Street Court East won't be affected by the ramp work by FDOT.
Okay.
I have a question to ask.
Yes, sir.
Is it, my concern would be that I don't have a problem that people can enter through that street, because they're obviously not going to get on 64, but at what point are we going to discuss whether that entranceway is going to be large enough to accommodate what's going to be on the property?
Right, that would be if it comes back as a preliminary for the rezone, if it's a preliminary, or actually it'd be a general site plan, so it'd be discussed. I think at this level, again, comprehensive plan is, does the site have proper access?
Okay.
Have a point of access. Whether it's proper or not is to be determined.
Discussion.
Yep, so, very good. So any additional comments or questions?
I could make a comment.
Uh,
In keeping with my friend, Mr. Rutledge.
Yeah.
I don't usually compliment things happening.
Yeah.
I've lived near this place. As a Realtor, I've looked at it for 15 years as to what could be done. I think it's in keeping with what's going on across the street and in the area, and I would welcome it to happen.
Very good. All right, we're gonna go to the public comment portion of the hearing, and I have two cards for people who signed to speak on this matter. The first speaker card I have is Dave Montgomery. Is Dave here? Okay, Mr. Montgomery is waiving his opportunity to speak. The next speaker card I have is Marjorie Miller. Is Miss Miller here? Hello.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marjorie Miller. I've been duly sworn. I reside at 2307 64th Street Court East, which is south of the proposed development. I agree that the development is coming. I have no problem with it per se, but I do have a problem. I have not seen the traffic impact statement. And additionally, as a resident of Magnolia Manor, my concern is there are three entities that are responsible for drainage in the area, and I believe it was Mr. Rutledge who stated that the drainage is going to be better. That's true as long as it's maintained, but there are three entities. One is the county, who maintains the ditches. The drainage of Magnolia Manor per se falls under the jurisdiction of DEP, and I don't know. I believe Swift Mud, but I could be wrong, or DOT is responsible for other. So my concern is I have no problem with the development as long as they can address the traffic issues on 64th Street Court East and look at the drainage and make sure that it is going to not be impacted.
Very good. And just for clarification, this is a comprehensive plan amendment, which is the broadest rights granted or acknowledged for a property. There are going to be other processes for a rezone where the detail would then be provided. You'll have an opportunity. I'm sure if you were noticed for this, you'll likely be noticed for the upcoming hearing to express those concerns. Thank you. Again, is there anybody, those were the speaker cards I have, is there anybody who wishes to come forward and speak on this application? Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one else come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. And as this is quasi-judicial, I don't know that we have any rebuttal, but is there any additional points of I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Keep trying to do that. I like pretending like I'm a judge, so.
That's why you have the gavel.
Exactly. So this is legislative for the record. So, again, twice in one hearing, I've got mistakes on the record.
Don't run for office.
Yeah. No, I can acknowledge my mistakes. This is legislative, so is there anybody, are there any additional points of clarification or anything that would help help in this matter? Okay, any additional discussion amongst the board? Applicant, you're good? Staff, you're good? Okay. All right, we're going to close the public hearing, and the chair will consider a motion.
Yes, it's me again, Mr. Chair. Based upon staff report, evidence presented, and finding the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and applicable portions of Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, I move to recommend the adoption of Plan Amendment PA 1807 as recommended by staff.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Roth. Is there any additional discussion or deliberation? Okay, hearing none, we're going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you. So we've got a another quasi judicial with a couple speaker cards is the next item. What's the pleasure of the board? Do we take a break now? And
I would recommend we take a break now.
okay, so we're going to go ahead and go into recess. So we'll start again at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and call a recess. Recess. Go out and play on the monkey bars.
Hurry, get a swing.
All right. I think we're
I lived with that all my life.
gonna be ready here, so.
Yeah,
It
right.
doesn't matter. I was gonna pretend like I was him.
All right, we're done.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go ahead and start the public hearing, the continuation of the public hearing. Not a continuation, but the part two. So the next item on the agenda is item number 5. Ms. Tusing, can you please read item number 5 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Item number 5 is PDR 1820G Maple Ridge subdivision. This is a general development plan for a single-family residential development of approximately 221 units, with at least 25% of the units designated as affordable housing. This site is about approximately 56 acres, and it is currently zoned planned development residential. It is generally located at the northeast corner of 24th Avenue East and 29th Street East, and is commonly known as 3318 24th Avenue East, Palmetto. Jamie Schindelwolf is the planner, and she is available for her presentation as well as the applicant's representatives.
Very good, thank you. Again, this is a quasi-judicial, meaning that any evidence presented or testimony given must be under oath. So wish to speak, also please acknowledge that you have been sworn. And for disclosure purposes, have any of the commissioners had any ex parte communications on this application?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none identified, we're going to move forward. Who's here for the applicant? Hello, Ms. Greer, how are you?
Good. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Denise Greer with King Engineering, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I also have Steve Reinhardt with Reinhardt Homes, who will be the builder and owner with us if we have any questions. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation. So the site is at 29th Street East and 24th Avenue East. You can see the parcel there. It's 56 acres. And as I stated, it's at the northeast corner of the two streets. Our request is for an approval of a general development plan for 221 single-family detached lots, which have been designated affordable workforce housing. And we do have a designation letter in that, and it should have been in your package. The existing zoning is PDR. If any of you were around back in 2007, this used to be part of the Villages of Avignon parcels. And we are still proposing PDR zoning. North of the site is a church and single-family residence with A1 zoning. South, there is a single-family residence and a recycling center with A1 zoning. East, you have the FPL Railroad with A1 zoning and vacant land with both A1 and PDR zoning. West is a nursery and vacant land, again with A1 zoning. Here's the future land use map that you can see what's surrounding it. Right now, the future land use is Res 3, 3 units to the acre, but with the affordable designation, you click. So the affordable workforce designation allows for a maximum gross density of 6 units to the acre, but you can see what we've proposed is going to be less than that. Sorry, I'm having an issue here with the clicker. Okay, go ahead and hit the next one. So you can see what our proposed density is. It's just a little over 3, so we're well within the 6. And again, here's the zoning map, existing PDR and proposed PDR. You can see the PDR just to the east of us. Here's just an overall aerial, so you can kind of see what's around us. And the site plan. Utilities exist near the site. We are proposing public utilities. We will install a lift station and we will tie into an existing force main that's down at the intersection of 24th Avenue East and 28th Street Court East, which is just to the south and off the map. And there is an existing 8-inch potable water at the southwest corner of the site. Stormwater, we are within the county's 25-year floodplain for the Big Chimney Drain and the Tampa Gap Drain, which means we're going to be required to reduce the pre-developed runoff rate by 25%. We have done that. We actually have an existing SwiftMud permit already with the previous layout from 2007, and it is still valid. And we did establish at that time the 100-year flood elevation with a stormwater model, and it was approved by SwiftMud. The wetlands on this map, sorry, the colors are a little bit off, but the existing wetland is in the middle the north side of the site in the middle there. That's the only wetland that we have. We are not proposing any wetland impacts. We do have a valid formal determination through SwiftMud for that wetland, and we are proposing the county's required 30-foot buffers.
And the other green area is floodplain?
That's the floodplain compensation area. Transportation, we did do a TIS, which was submitted and approved. Since this is a GDP, we can't receive concurrency, but we will provide a full traffic analysis with our PSP and FSP. So we do have a couple of specific approvals that we're looking at, and one of those is to allow a variable width buffer on the south side of the property. Some areas we can only get a 10 to 14 foot buffer, and that is due to the existing stormwater and floodplain comp that was previously put in with the 29th Street improvements. So we would like to leave those in place where they are and just have a variable buffer. We will be able to accommodate all the landscape in that buffer that is required in the 20-foot buffer. And just for reference, the nearest lot line is still going to be 30 feet from the future right-of-way. The second specific approval request is to reduce the sidewalks to one side of the street, but only in some locations. Some locations we do have it on both sides, and we've worked hard with staff to get to a point where we're in agreement on that. This will help the developer with some reduced construction costs. But the sidewalks that we do have in place still allow complete navigation around the subdivision. The third specific approval is to allow for a 23-foot front setback from front-loaded garages. There will be a minimum of 2 feet separation from the right-of-way from the property line to the sidewalk, so you'll still have that full 25 feet to the front of the garage, so we can continue to promote safe pedestrian movements. So with that, those are my three specific approvals. Everything else does meet the Land Development Code, and I'm prepared for any questions that you might have.
Very good. And just a couple points of clarification. The 23-foot, the reduced front yard setback to 23, is that for all areas, or if I think you mentioned that some of the areas were being we're only going to have sidewalk on one side? Is that?
Yes, there are some areas, if you can go to the site plan. We are asking it for the entire parcel, though, the 23 feet.
Okay. And again, for clarification, the idea is the measurement from the edge of the sidewalk to the face of the garage is still 25 feet?
Yes, sir.
So, okay. I think the concern is sometimes if it's shorter, your back end of your car hangs into the sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Then we'll go to staff presentation. Hello.
Hi. I have not been sworn.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
So, if.
Yeah, how can we prevent that from happening?
Hey, neither has,
John.
If anybody else wishes to have an opportunity to speak, please rise and be sworn in also, if you haven't previously been done so.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you're about to present to the Planning Commission will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
all right. Good afternoon, Jamie Schindewolf, Manatee County Planning Staff, and I have now been sworn. The applicant covered most of what I have here, but just to add a little bit. No. Hey, using our fancy new pointer. Here you can see the site characteristics where this is located in the county. You can see it is in the Palmetto area. And the request is to approve a general development plan for 221 single-family homes on approximately 56 acres. The future land use as stated is Res 3, and they do meet our requirements to get a density bonus for affordable housing designation. The zoning is PDR. It was already zoned PDR as stated under ordinance PDR 0629ZP, which has expired. You can see around the site there's a mixture of A1, but it's certainly transitioning to be more residential. You see those other PDRs in the area as well. The site plan complies with our land development code. You can see they have 2 points of access, and they are on 2 different streets, 24th Avenue East and 29th Street East. They have stated that they will provide a minimum of 25% open space. They're proposing a 20-foot wide roadway buffer along 24th Avenue East, which is consistent with our code, and a variable width buffer along 29th Street East, which is to the south. They've requested specific approval for that. And you can see the internal sidewalks, well, if you have a closer up version of the plan, do follow the street network and street layout in a contiguous manner. The proposal shows one cul-de-sac that is approximately 700 feet in length, so that does not exceed our requirements for cul-de-sac length. Typical lot sizes are 40 by 100 and 35 by 100. I believe only the yellow ones are the 35 by 100. So primarily 40 feet by 100 feet. And as mentioned, this is compliant with our comprehensive plan as long as they have the bonus for affordable housing. Regarding specific approvals, they're requesting the specific approval for a deviation from the roadway buffer requirements to the south. A big reason for that is that existing stormwater pond, but our environmental review has indicated they'll have plenty of room for appropriate landscaping in that roadway buffer. As mentioned, they requested a deviation from sidewalk requirements. They're within 2 miles of Tillman Elementary School, but we've worked very hard with them to come up with a network that reduces their sidewalk costs, but also hopefully will provide safe walking opportunities. They are also installing sidewalks along 24th and 29th where they aren't existing.
Off-site, away from the property edge?
On the boundaries of their property.
Okay, thank you.
And then, of course, the setbacks, as stated, they are deviating from the front setback requirements, but they're still meeting the intent of the code by staying 25 feet from the sidewalk edge. Additionally, Land Development Code Section 545.2.h allows for site improvement incentives for affordable housing projects, so these apply specifically for these requests to the setbacks and the roadway buffers. There's a major positive in this project in that it will increase the amount of affordable housing available in the county, and we all know that we need more of that. But, oh, that's a typo there. Well, they have 2 accesses, but one is to 24th Avenue East, which is substandard. However, they're dedicating significant future right-of-way and to allow for improvements to that road. And that will be reviewed in more detail at future site plan stages, because we are just at the general development plan stage at this point. And as stated, providing sidewalk along their property on 24th Avenue East. Staff recommends approval of this application with stipulations.
Very good. Any questions for staff? I have a question with regard to one of the exhibits that was provided. It was identified in our package as stormwater, but I think it's actually sidewalk. Was this coordinated with the school board? What was the origin? I don't know that I've ever seen a sidewalk exhibit with regard to access or safe pathway to the school previously presented in any application. So just wondering why we see it here.
Sorry, hold on, I'm looking for it. Do you have, what's the number of that one?
The maps.
Number 3 in the attachment number 3, stormwater exhibit, but like I said, it's actually a sidewalk exhibit. If not, it may be more appropriate for the applicant to respond.
Yeah, I think I will defer to the applicant on that. I think it perhaps was meant to show the exterior sidewalks there because they are going to.
My question is this something that was required or was it something that was proffered?
It's not something that we provided.
No.
Okay, right.
It looks like the connection to the school that you
Yeah.
discussed.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
I
to
think
understand
it's
why.
showing the 29th connection.
Why it's relevant, if it's binding, who's responsible for it.
Details.
Yeah. Okay, all right. That may be something that.
Yeah, well.
Clarification prior to getting in
Yes.
front of the VOCC.
Will do.
Thank you very much. I think I've caused all the trouble I can on that.
I have a distraction.
Yes, sorry.
So we're doing a preliminary approval without certainties as to what's going to be there, and yet the Housing Authority was able to say it was designated as affordable workforce housing. How does that happen?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to preface the remarks. I think that the case planner should have said, instead of saying they meet the density bonus, they're eligible for that. The letter is a letter of eligibility.
Okay.
One of the requirements of actually receiving the bonus is stipulation A2. The applicant should enter a land use and deed restriction agreement with the county to provide for the designated number of affordable housing units, and that will specify what number of units and the period of time that they're required to have that. So it's eligible at this point is all we know.
We're not approving it.
No.
That is a contingency. That gives them the opportunity. We're aware of it.
Yes.
Right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good catch.
All right, very good. Any other questions for staff? Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the public comment portion of the hearing. I have a couple speaker cards here for folks who wish to speak. The first speaker card I have is Joshua Shire, I believe. Shiro. Good afternoon. If you could, please state your name and.
My name is Joshua Shiro. I've been sworn in.
Thank you very much.
I own one of the properties to the north, one of the 2.5 acre A1 lots. And actually, I met the developer out in the hallway and we talked a little bit and he answered some of the questions. And I don't oppose what they're doing at all after talking with him. My questions are on some of the roadways around the area. After a lot of the developments have been made around the area, they're just not safe. Like Mendoza Road. And he said that you guys had talked about making improvements to that road in the future. I just don't know if it's happening soon or not.
Right.
But like a lot of those roads in there are like little backcountry roads. One lane, 24th Avenue is a one lane.
Right. Okay. With regard to stuff like that, typically when you see an application, there's an acknowledgement that there are impacts larger than just the property boundary, and many of those are, there are attempts to address those, but they may not always be addressed. I would recommend that you speak with one of the staff, Mr. Gerstenberger, maybe, or Mr. Galliano here. Mr. Gerstenberger is Public Works, Mr. Galliano is Transportation Planning, so they would have a better answer with regard to what is planned and when some improvements might occur. So they would probably be a very good source of information for regional roadway networks.
Okay. And he answered all my other questions I had about some of the runoff water and how they're keeping it and everything, so I don't have any other questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, the next speaker card I have is for Glenn Gibb, I think. Is that Mr. Gabellina? Okay. I guess he made his point and decided that was enough. So Mr. Gabellina is not here. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and speak on this application? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of this hearing for this application. And we'll go to discussion, or if there's no discussion, we'll see what staff's closing comments were.
No, straightforward.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I want to tell what that exhibit was. That's from the school board. It should have been attached to the school report.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, very good. So it was probably an analysis part of the report, so, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any additional staff closing comments? Okay, thank you. Applicant rebuttal. Are you good, Ms. Shinawolf? Are you good? Okay. Applicant defers rebuttal. So we'll go to deliberations, discussions, and deliberations. So I'm going to close the public testimony portion of the hearing and go to deliberations or consider a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion.
Mr. Ron, you're on a roll.
Go again. Based on staff report and evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and finding the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, the Manatee County Land Development Code, as conditioned herein, I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDR 1820G as recommended by staff.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ross, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, the chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item number 6. Item number 6 is Oaks at Creekside. So, Ms. Tusing, could you please read item number 6 into the record?
Item number 6, PDR 1822P, Oaks at Creekside. This is a preliminary site plan for 96 multifamily units with at least 25% of the units designated as affordable housing. The site is 16.33 acres, and it is currently zoned planned development residential. It is located within the residential 9 dwelling units to the acre future land use category. It is located north of State Road 70, approximately 650 feet east of 33rd Street at 3505 53rd Avenue East in Bradenton. Rosina Leiter is the planner for this project, and the applicant's representatives are also here for presentation, and it is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Very good, thank you. For the record, have there been any ex parte communications with regard to this application?
No, sir.
Seeing none. Disclosed? We're going to move on. Who do we have for the applicant? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Delia Tabora. I'm here on behalf of HDG Creekside and Housing Trust Group, who are the authorized agents for the property. I have been sworn.
Thank you very much.
This, as she mentioned, the property is located off of 53rd and 33rd Street. It's a 16.33 acre site, and it was previously rezoned back in 2007 from A1 to a PDR. The site plan that was approved with that PDR has expired. So back in 2017, we applied for state financing to build 96 affordable housing units. We were awarded last year, and as such, we are here, kindly requesting that you approve the development so that we can continue and hopefully have these units placed in service by the end of next year. We are maintaining the same density that was originally approved with the PDR, which is 96 units. We have made some changes that we see as improvements. One of the major ones is changing or decreasing the number of buildings. Before, they were proposing 8 buildings of 12 units each. We are now proposing 4 buildings with 24 buildings each, which makes the layout a little bit better. These buildings, the 4 buildings, are 3 stories high, which is less than the 35-foot height requirement. The unit mix that we're looking at is 36 one-bedroom, 1-bathroom units, which will be around 650 square feet, 24 two-bedroom, 2-bathroom units at around 900 square feet, and then 36 3-bedroom, 2-baths at around 1150 square feet. All of these units, well, as you see as part of one of the exhibits on the agenda, we have the affordable housing designation that we have applied for with Manatee County. We are committing to 100% affordability. We are committing 10% of those units are for residents earning at 33% area median income or less, and then the other 90% of those are for residents earning at 60% area median income or less. So that equates to something like incomes between as low as $15,000 to $42,000. So that's the population we'd be serving. It will be a rental community. As such, we have the related amenities that we're proposing. So besides those 4 residential buildings, we have a clubhouse that will have a gathering room, a laundry room, an exercise room, and, you know, the leasing and management offices. We'll also have a swimming pool, a playground, and a barbecue area for residents. That's the general scope of the project, and now I'm going to hand it off to Nikki, our engineer, who will go on the more specific requirements that we comply with.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Nikki Brom. I'm with Boggs Engineering, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you very much.
And we also have a short presentation for you guys. Okay, so this is the Oaks at Creekside project, and as our client had mentioned, in 2007, it was approved for a PDR rezoning with 96 units, and only 10% of those units were required to be allocated to affordable housing. The difference now is the same on the zoning, the same on the units, but 4 buildings instead of 8, and 100% of the units are designated as affordable housing. Mix of 1 to 3 bedroom units. The building height does not exceed the maximum allowed, which is 35 feet. And the density is still the same. We are allowed 9 density units an acre, and we're proposing 5.8. The change from 2007 to now, in regard to the site layout, switching to 4 buildings has really made a difference for this site. There is a creek that runs across it diagonally. And if you don't mind switching a couple of slides, thank you. Just a site location, an idea of the surrounding. And if you'll just go one more, please. Thank you. Actually, let's skip ahead one more, if you don't mind. Thank you. Get to the juicy part, a little more detail. Having 4 buildings instead of the previously approved 8 really made a difference. We were allowed to really centralize the development. It is 16 acres, but we're really kind of keeping everything tight-knit. We have 2 buildings on the east side of the creek. We have 2 buildings on the west side. We are set very far off of the north property line. We are going to reserve 60 feet for the future right-of-way. We worked that out with the county during the preliminary review process, so we know they are satisfied with that. Let's see.
Where was that?
That is on the north, so on the screen it's to the left.
Okay. The extension, okay.
Yes, sir, okay. For 51st Avenue East.
Thank you.
So the 4 buildings, it allowed us to get a much tighter site, especially with the grades that we're working with here. And it also allowed us to really go above and beyond on what we're required. We far exceed the building setbacks, especially to the east and the west side. To the west is a commercial development. To the east is single family. And so I know that they do not want large buildings next to them. So instead of the 8 feet, which we are only required to have for a setback, we actually have over 80. So that will give a very good spacing between those property lines. We are required to have 25% open space. We have over 66%. all our landscape buffers are met, and there are no wetlands, and there are no endangered species or protected species on the site. Another thing that we worked with our client in doing is focusing all the amenities closer to State Road 70. That is our only access, right in, right out. We do have an emergency access at the northwest corner. That again was a request from the county that we worked on. It provides emergency access, and then it also provides the county a means to go in and maintain the ditch, which they had requested. We are also giving pedestrian access to State Road 70, which will be very convenient for the residents and also convenient for the county because it is a short walk to the county's John H. Marble Park to the east. Our site will connect to county water and sewer at 51st Avenue East. That's the northwest corner. We're going to be tying into a gravity system, and then there is an 8-inch potable system that we will be tying into. We have had multiple in-depth meetings, in-person meetings with utility staff while we were planning this to ensure that this development will meet the county's requirements. This site will also adhere to all county and SWFMA design requirements for stormwater. We have met with stormwater staff in person for a very detailed meeting, and we've had multiple follow-up conversations to ensure that our site will meet both county and water management district requirements. Because of the Pierce Drain Creek, which runs diagonally across our site, we will be limiting our usually allowable peak flow by 50% for stormwater. Let's see. And then one thing we really like to point out is that it does appear, just from listening to earlier presentations today, that the county is in need of affordable housing. And what our client wants to do is provide 96 affordable housing units. We understand the county staff finds that the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding areas, and it is also consistent with the growing development trends in the surrounding area. We agree with the county staff's assessment, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
Mr.
Traffic study?
Yes, we did present a TIS
I
at the
see.
beginning, and it showed that there would be no negative impacts to State Road 70. We are not going to be required to have any turn lane improvements or anything like that, and the level of service of the road will not go down with this improvement.
And who did that traffic study?
That was...
Is it a private company?
It was private White House.
Private way. Okay, so let me ask you this question. There's 96 units. How many are one bedroom?
36 one-bedrooms.
So that's about a third. And the others are 2 bedrooms? So how many cars would you guess are going to be there at any single time? You know what I'm getting at. At 9 o'clock in the morning, you're not going to get out on Route 70. You're not going to get out on Route 70 with a single access. Now, where is the traffic light? How far away to the east or west?
I'm not sure what the distance to that is. I
Had
know
a traffic problem.
the traffic study the traffic study will include those
Private
areas.
traffic study.
Okay, and it's also DOT right-of-way.
Yeah, for clarification, this is a DOT right-of-way. The county doesn't exercise any authority over the process of connection to DOT roads.
So the DOT have had to approve this?
They will eventually, yes.
Yes, sir, we will be obtaining a driveway permit and a drainage exemption permit for the driveway.
Okay, let's see what they have to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any additional questions?
I had one.
Mr. Rutledge.
Was there any discussion about an access point on 51st Avenue on the north side of the project to make that another ancillary entrance point to Mr. Ross' comments?
We did have preliminary discussions. We went back and forth with county staff on that. We like the one access road.
Sure.
51st Avenue currently does not extend all the way to our property. So the county would actually have to build a portion of that roadway in order to even get it to where we would start building.
Gotcha.
And you indicated that you reserved right-of-way, future right-of-way or potential future right-of-way to accommodate should that road ever be extended, which
Yes, sir,
would
we
then
did.
give you a second point of ingress, egress.
Exactly. We did coordinate with the traffic department. They wanted 60 foot, and we have our building and our landscape buffer stacked on top of that.
Can I ask one other question?
Sure.
So on 70, if they walk out, as residents walk out on the street, is there a sidewalk connection to get them over to the Ollie's and all the services that are at the center next to it?
Yes, sir. There is an existing sidewalk on State Road 70 that we'll connect to. And any impacts that we have for our driveway, we'll just tie right in.
Understood.
Okay, I have a question. In the survey that was provided, there was a item number 10 that says there was a declaration of a restrictive covenant. Did you investigate what that was?
Yes, that was a plume contamination that happened in like the portion that's nearest to State Road 70. But it was resolved already. It was an issue that was back then, and it was resolved. There's a conditional approval for it with SWIFMA.
So I think that was a consent. The process is that there's usually a consent and then a restrictive covenant that obligates the property to something in perpetuity.
Right, which we are complying with all of those requirements.
And what are those requirements?
We can't do wells like.
Yes, we can't have any wells in the area. A long time ago, a laundromat leaked aluminum. It was an aluminum plume.
Chlorinated aluminum.
Yes, sir. It has been cleaned up. The site has been remediated, but we will not be putting any wells in.
What about
in that area?
Is there any disclosures to residents required by the restrictive covenant?
Not that I've read of.
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
One of the concerns I have, and I'll follow it up with staff, is typically there's also discharge, stormwater discharge. So have you had any investigation or discussions regarding the discharge of stormwater from the site as a result of the restrictive covenant?
Not specific conversations with staff regarding just the aluminum plume itself. We will be providing the standard treatment requirements for the county that the county and SWIFMA imposes.
Right. The reason I asked the question, one of the points from staff is this a binding plan?
Binding.
It's going to be approved as part of the zoning ordinance.
So if, I think you testified that the plume exists on the western boundary of the property?
Southern, yes, southwestern area.
So if one of the stormwater ponds is within that plume, what happens if the plan can't be constructed as shown?
Well, first of all, I'm concerned this is a quasi-judicial hearing. I don't have a copy of the covenants in the record. Does staff have a copy? We can't be discussing a document that we don't have in front of us.
No, I was just going based on testimony.
Well, we have to have the document before we can even question people on it.
Okay. Alrighty.
If I may point out that we don't have stormwater plan in that area. We originally had a site that did not have the stormwater closer to the creek, and after our preliminary conversations with staff, I know they wanted it near the creek, which is not anywhere close to where the aluminum plume used to be.
Okay.
So there are no ponds planned in that area.
Right. Okay.
Could I ask
think it's
the
also,
question?
sorry, important to point out that, like she said, it used to be there, so there is no current contamination there. It was remediated and it was taken care of.
So there's a letter of remediation somewhere?
Yes, we will be able to provide documents of that.
All right, so what you're saying is the hazardous waste, which was shown to be on the property, has been remediated, and there is a letter somewhere in the town hall or at the clerk's office that says it's gone.
Can I? Hold on. Sorry. If you could maybe answer Mr. Ross' question, then I'll see what Mr.
Yes or no?
I do not know if county has the letter.
Do you have the letter?
We do not. I have seen the letter go through emails that we have gone back and forth with our client.
We have the letter, yes.
Who has the letter?
So it was remediated, and the only conditions is that there will be no wells, and if we do propose wells, then we have to get a special.
Question for the attorney. In order for us to go through with something like this, don't we need to know that the hazard is gone?
I don't know. That's probably going to be something that's discussed earlier. I asked the question just as an acknowledgement that there is some type of restriction. In item number 10 in the plat, it states that there's a declaration of restrictive covenant. That's the question I asked.
That's the question.
Are they aware and did they accommodate it? The testimony is that it was accommodated.
Sir, it has been remediated.
Maybe a point of clarification was who required the restrictive covenant?
Can I make a?
Just wait. Sorry. Who required that?
I honestly, I'm not sure. I can't.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rutledge.
If it is in fact, as you described, a dry cleaning condition. Several points.
Mr.
One
Chair,
is,
I just have to caution the board, we can't be getting into this live questioning when we don't have the documents in front of us.
Okay.
We can ask staff if they're aware of it, and if they get a copy to the board for the hearing.
Taking that advice from the county attorney's office, I think you need to get with staff and make sure that when it goes to the board, that these issues have been understood and addressed. And I would suggest maybe if there's a clear path that you can show the board.
We'll be happy to do so.
Thank you. All right. With regard to other matters, are there any other questions or concerns that have come up? Mr. Rutledge.
the same question we had for the last time. This has a fairly significant representation about affordable housing. And this approval, again, is not for affirmation of that. It is an affirmation if they apply to that, correct? Same with this
Some of this.
council?
I'm sorry, what was that directed to?
I wanted to ask council if the same conditions applied. Madam Chair, the same thing applied to this in regards to affordable housing as did the previous one?
Yes, we have a stipulation, enter into a deed restriction agreement
Okay.
with the county.
Pardon me, I'm trying to get the clerk some information here, so it's right here. Well, if you look at surveyor notes on the survey that was provided, item number 10. Reference I was making. Thank you. Very good. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just
Yes, ma'am.
regarding his question, a little clarification. It's a little bit different from before because we're not requesting any density boost regarding that. I think the only benefits we requested were livable manatee and like expedited review. And we are also applying through Florida Housing Finance Corporation, so we are required by them to have a LURA, and covenants in place for 50-year affordability period.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
All right. I think that'll bring us to the staff presentation. Good afternoon, Ms. Leiter.
Good afternoon, Rosina Leider, and I have been sworn. I have a presentation, but I think that the applicant covered many of the aspects of the application. There is an affordable housing. They are proposing 100%, but we are requesting that at least 25 going to be maintained like affordable. They comply with all the regulations on the Land Development Code. The roadway buffer is 20 feet, 15 feet for greenbelt buffers. The site was rezoned to PDR, like the applicant says, in 2007, and was approved for a development with the same number of units. They have a layout that is much better than the previous approved layout, because before they have 8 buildings, right now they have 4 buildings. And I have an elevation that is part of the records that show what they're proposing. Sorry. You have the document camera, please? And this is the type of buildings. And they have a future in which the roof that cover the stairs projected close to the area in which are the halfways. They connect, they have really good, they are proposing really good recreational areas, and they have connection, internal pedestrian connection from the State Road 70 to all the development. And if you have any particular question, I'm here to respond, but they cover all the aspects. No additional or bonus density is requested. The maximum that is allowed is 9 dwelling units per acre, and the project is with close to 6 dwelling units per acre.
All right. And you said that they were only required to have 20 affordability?
Their project is for 100, but according to the affordable housing team, that says that we only can enforce 25%.
Okay. Very good.
And it's in the stipulations.
Okay. And is the affordability requirement that's being stipulated or enforced by the county, not enforced, but agreed to with the county, is that in perpetuity?
Denise can talk about that properly. I don't want to mix up.
I'm trying to get to her.
I'd hate for you to come and not get a chance to speak.
Wouldn't that be terrible?
Good afternoon, Denise Thomas, Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity Department. I have been affirmed. With regard to the affordable destination, they did apply and we did designate them as an affordable project. The Land Development Code requires at least a minimum of 25%, but as a tax credit project, it will be 100%. In order to get the incentives that are established, we will enter into a land use restriction agreement that will be based on the amount of incentives that we give them. So if it's, say if they get the livable amenity, it may be 25 to 30 years, or it could be longer, depending on what incentives they are provided.
Okay, all right.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
But
Appreciate
they
it.
will be in a relationship with us for a very long time.
My wife said that to me.
You're bad.
That's right.
that
God
your-
have mercy on her soul.
Is that your first wife or your second wife?
I think it's.
Again, Rosina Leider by the staff, and I would like to clarify that the applicant didn't provide a high analysis because they are complying with the regulation in the Land Development Code that is maximum 35 feet, and the distance in which are placed the buildings allowed for a good separation, at least is 82 feet separation from the property lines.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for staff? Very good. With regard to the is that the Pierce drain that actually goes through there, Mr. Gerstenberger?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, I've been sworn. Mr. Chair, that is actually a tributary of Pierce Drain. It's not physically Pierce Drain itself. It's actually a tributary system that is flowing, essentially it's flowing from the Manatee County EOC southeastward through Manatee Oak subdivision and then through this project underneath State Road 70 and then pairs into or joins into Pierce Drain just south of State Road 70 around 37th Street East.
Is that one of the watersheds that have been recently modeled?
Mr. Chair, Pierce Drain is one of the watersheds that were presently in the process of a watershed management plan with the Southwest Florida Water Management District and here's an exhibit that identifies the preliminary floodplain data and the flood stages, if I can have the overhead cam, please.
It looks like you.
Thank you.
Oh,
that looks better. If we could zoom out just a little bit, please. This particular exhibit is of the preliminary floodplain delineation and the flood stages. And I make note, this is the existing 2014 flood insurance rate map. So what you see as far as the Zone A 100-year floodplain delineation that's identified on the firm today without a base flood, as compared to the Pierce Drain watershed study, there is additional areas on site that have been identified through the watershed study within the 100-year floodplain, and that data, which is essentially utilized now as best available data for the watershed, has been provided to the applicant for incorporation into this project.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any additional questions for staff?
Yeah, so what does that mean? Does that mean, does that mean that we're going to have flooding after the FEMA gets through with it, or what?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roth, as we all well know from 2017, Pierce Drain experienced flooding, especially to the south of this area, south of State Road 70, with respect to the Center Lake project and some of the neighboring communities along Pierce Drain itself. That is why the county and SWIFMUD right now are in the process of going through a watershed management plan to better identify the floodplain delineation and to provide greater detail of modeling, drainage modeling with respect to this watershed as a whole. And that preliminary data will, in the near future, within a couple of years, be provided to FEMA to be integrated into our county's flood insurance rate maps.
All right. So as of right now, does that mean that the builder should be stipulated to build higher than he normally would because it still might flood?
Commissioner Roth, we have provided that information so that the final site plan, construction plans, and subsequent applications associated with this project, that they utilize the best available information within this watershed, which would include additional floodplain coverage, which would include flood stages which today are not available from our existing flood insurance rate maps. Basically, today you look on our flood insurance rate maps, it says Zone A. It doesn't tell you what the flood stages are. So it is better data than what is presently available from our flood insurance rate maps.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gerstenberger, I noticed one of the stipulations was a requirement to provide an easement for maintenance. So the county's reserving the right to have the ability to go in and perform maintenance on that canal ditch, however you would like to classify it.
That is correct, Mr. Chair, and if I can have the overhead cam up again, please. That particular system in question that's running basically essentially diagonally through the project is a drainage system that is presently maintained by the county. So this would provide and dedicate, through the staff report, would provide dedication of a drainage easement, maintenance access easement along this particular drainage system.
Does the county currently have that right or that easement?
The county currently today does not have easements.
The county does not have the ability to perform any maintenance in that area?
Unless
granted
through the property owner in the form of a release, correct.
Okay. So this actually maybe it fills in a maintenance gap on this facility.
That is correct. Okay. The subdivisions to the north, the Manatee Oaks and Oakmont, Candlewood, easements were recorded at the time of subdivision plats for those subdivisions to the north, and that would be the same process through this project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any additional questions for Mr. Gerstenberger? Okay, all right. Very good. So we've had a staff's presentation, applicant's presentation. We're going to move on to public comment portion of the hearing. I've got a couple speaker cards here, I believe, for this item. Item number 6. So I'm going to call each person and then open it up to anybody else who wishes to come forward. So the first speaker card I have is Kelly Helm. If you could, please come forward, state your name and that you have been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes to provide testimony or comment.
Hello, my name is Kelly Helm. I have been sworn in earlier. I am the owner of At the Helm Property Management. I am the licensed community association manager of Manatee Oaks Homeowners Association. After a quick polling of the community, which consists of 4 phases, inclusive of 315 homes, it was determined that there was essentially no notice provided to the homeowners with the exception of a select few of this project. When I say a select few, I was being told 5 homeowners out of 315. Nor do I suspect that the surrounding communities of Oakmont, Plantations, Peridia, or Candlewood were sufficiently notified of this project as well. So we're talking about approximately 800 homeowners. The the noticing of this project needs to be examined at length. There was no time for any of these homeowners to consult with or engage a subject matter expert in order to prepare them for what is about to happen. This is a big deal, and these homeowners within this communities should be aware of how this planned development will impact their lives by the following concerns. They expressed property value decline, the noise, potential increase in crime rate, the environmental impact alone, the north end of the property, 35th Street East, the destruction of the tree line, the disturbance of wildlife, and importance of traffic congestion. As I met with some of the homeowners yesterday, it was made visually clear by sitting on a quiet lanai surrounded by a beautiful large trees lined along the south end of 35th Court East. The sheer peacefulness abounding this area is amazing. It would be a real travesty to this community and others to disturb this by adding 100% affordable housing within less than 200 to 300 feet outside their back doors, with no barrier wall, no fencing, nothing. Just an extension road for the future planned 51st Street East that ultimately will be used as an alternative reroute to the already congested State Road 70 traffic. This also poses the question as to where access will be gained, entrances, exits. How does this affect the areas such as the community center off 37th Street, as this would somehow interfere with the playing fields that are often used quite often? I'm not only here to speak on behalf of the Manatee Oaks, but for myself as a property manager, as this will ultimately impact my job as well. When I have unhappy owners, my job's a lot more difficult. So I sincerely hope you will consider the serious concerns from all 800-plus homeowners already existing in the communities that would be forever impacted by this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. The next speaker card I have is Lynn Dacus. Then after Mr. Dacus, we'll have Ms. Dacus. Yes, ma'am.
How you doing?
Very good. How are you doing? If you could, please state your names and that you have been sworn.
Yeah, my name is Lenworth Dacus, and I've been sworn earlier. Your name?
Oh, my name is April Dacus, and I've been sworn.
Thank you.
Hello to everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
I've been living in Manatee Oaks for over, what?
It's been said about 17
years. When I bought my property there, I thought this is where I'm going to retire. With this project, I'm going to be losing my privacy. As you're talking about not just a regular building going up, you're talking about 3 stories in the air, where everybody's now, my privacy is invaded very drastically. I just feel like right now, what our property is, it's not going to be the value when I get ready to either sell, move, or whatever the case is. I'm losing everything that I've put into my property right now. We're very proud owners in that neighborhood, and we're close-knitted, but now it looks like we're very fearful of what's going to happen with everybody being able to look over, invade our space, so to speak.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My time is going to start over, right? I'm gonna get my
Sure.
minutes. Okay. All right. So we're getting older. I know I look good, but I am up in age. We will be retiring. We want to retire in our home, and this is a threat to us. I am so serious. How are we going to go out and skinny dip and stuff when you have people looking up and stuff?
I heard about that.
It is an invasion of our privacy, and we're very concerned about that. We're very concerned about our property, the price of our property, value, and everything. We're concerned about a lot of things. I'm from Miami, Florida, and this sounds to me, if I can just be real, this sounds to me like Section 8. And when you say low income, it sounds like Section 8 to me, and that is a concern. We have property in Miami that we rented out to Section 8. Oh, my gosh. So this is a concern to me. So this is a concern to bringing the value of my property down. This is a true concern. So I want you to really consider if this was in your backyard. I understand they want to build and everything like that, but Can they move somewhere else? Yeah, you know, this is
Not in
this
my
is just
backyard.
not going to work. This is realistic. This is true to us, and I would like for you all to consider if it was in your backyard, how would you handle it? Please.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Ms. Leiter, can you please provide the overall exhibit so we can see where Mr. and Mrs. Dacus. Do you have the zoning, the larger zoning?
On the aerial.
I'm familiar with this area. I drive by it frequently, but I seldom go back in the neighborhood, so I'm trying to understand where when we refer to these neighborhoods, what they are.
Our property is, this is the cul-de-sac. So this is the cul-de-sac. So this is ours. Yeah, that's ours right there.
Can we put it on the overhead, please?
The overhead, please.
She said that it's ours.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the cul-de-sac right here where we live for 17 years, and then this is our backyard.
Okay. Understood.
So
Very good. Thank you very much.
thank you so much for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for sitting through all the rest.
Well, the rest.
The next speaker card I have is for Mark Bolano. Bolano. It's 100% get it wrong every time. Bolano.
I am sworn in.
Good to know.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Mark Bolno. My wife and I are homeowners in Manatee Oaks subdivision. And we live right next door to the last speakers. What is the required number of days that letters are to be sent out to adjoining property owners? We estimated that maybe a dozen at most out of 315 homeowners received the letter just 10 days ago, April 1st. That was the first time any of us knew about the development of the land or this meeting. All of our homeowners will be negatively impacted by this construction proposal, so the letters should have been sent to all of us. The developers had well over a year to prepare for this meeting, not us. Since only a few of us received it 10 days ago, we are moving to delay any further action due to lack of time in order for us to get professional advice from a subject matter expert. 12 years ago, we stood before you discussing the proposal of the 51st Avenue East extension. Our commissioners voted it down. The information on the county website states that it will sit south of, and I quote, future 51st Avenue East. What does the word future mean? We were told 12 years ago, after it was voted down, that it was grandfathered in, and it will never be up for future vote. The trees in this area have matured and bring many of us privacy and solitude, as you've already heard from the others. If these trees ever come down or are thinned out, the privacy and security for many of our homeowners will be forever destroyed. We would like to know if the 51st Avenue, if the extension of 51st Avenue East will ever be under consideration again. Noise, big issue. Directly south of our subdivision will be an L-shaped parking lot to accommodate about 100 cars and 2 of the 4 3-story residential buildings. There are no fences, there are no sound barriers in the proposal, which we feel is a total neglect of respect for their neighbors. This is unacceptable. There will be dozens of mature trees and beautiful wildlife that will be killed, which will be horribly damaging to our environment. We are very concerned about the devaluation of our property values and how the crime rate and security may change based on so many residents in such a confined area. Now, I'm probably out of time. Bam, there it goes. Okay. But I did bring some photos, which I would be very happy to either show you now or leave with you so you can see on your own.
If you give them to the clerk, they'll be included in the package that goes to the Board of County Commissioners. This board is a board that either recommends approval or denial. The Board of County Commissioners actually make the decision. And again, with regard to the noticing, you'll have an opportunity to speak to the board at that time too. And I don't know, do we have a date, a proposed date for the hearing that's going to be to the board? So, sorry?
May the 2nd, which is not long from now.
Nope.
So that's why we're asking for a delay.
Thank you.
We have had no time to speak to our board of directors of Manatee Oaks subdivision, and we've had no time to even get together as a group except for yesterday, which was just a day away.
Right. And just for clarification, some of the comments that have been brought up during the public comment or public testimony we'll address after we close the public comment. And things like I have a couple notes here noticing and the 51st Avenue question. We'll address those.
That's a big question.
Yes.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, that's all the speaker cards I have. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and speak on this? Come on up. And if you could, please, please state your name and that you have been sworn.
Hi, my name is Stephen with a PH. Last name's Holian, Holian. My address is 4648 31st Court East in Bradenton, and I have been sworn in. I hope that was good enough standing.
That's good enough.
Good work.
And good afternoon to the board. A lot of really valid points were brought up, and I want to appreciate everyone who did espouse those. A lot of my thunder was taken, but I do want to bring up one point that I think was not brought up that the community needs to look at and the board here. If there's 96 homes that are being put up, on average, if there's 2.2 parking spots per home, the average home anywhere in Bradenton, you're looking at 3+ cars. I wouldn't even know or understand where they begin to park in that small area. There's very small slots and no additional spots for parking. So I hope that's brought up as well. And that's really all I have. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the folks who came here and voiced all those good concerns.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, is there anybody else who wishes to come forward? Anyone at all? Okay, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and move into staff closing comments from the comments from the neighbors. There's a couple things that I think we need to probably get some clarification on. First, let's start with 51st Avenue. Is 51st Avenue part of the thoroughfare plan on the comprehensive plan? Is that a road that the county has already identified as a need?
Yes. Nelson Galeano, Transportation Planning. I have been read. Yes, 51st Avenue is part of the thoroughfare plan for the county. Yes, sir.
Right. Are you familiar with the discussion that was, or what was mentioned in the discussion that at some point there was a consideration of the need for 51st?
Sorry, sir?
One of the neighbors made comment that some time ago they were at a hearing where 51st was a consideration if it was necessary. I'm not sure what that hearing might have been, but are you familiar with any discussion regarding 51st and the need for it in the future?
The county wants, of course, connectivity on the roadway network. And 51st will be part of the potential roadways that require better connectivity. The county doesn't have right now any plan to extend the 51st to the east, but this is part of the thoroughfare plan.
So to make sure I understand, it's shown on the thoroughfare plan, which is a map, a planning map,
Yes, sir.
but there's nothing proposed or programmed right now.
Right.
Looking how far ahead?
That is correct.
Looking how far? What's the time?
2040.
2040.
Yes,
So
it means-
there's nothing in the plan right now.
Right now, there are nothing.
20 years, essentially 20 years look
The
ahead.
plan is to 2040.
Right. But it does, it still is in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, that was one of the questions I heard.
Just ask another question on that.
Sure.
So in the interim, what they've done is they've got a 90-foot right-of-way they've given, which would imply that the trees and stuff that's currently there is not going to be mitigated anytime soon. So for the next 20 years, kind of is what it is, right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
your expectation?
Yes, sir. The purpose is to negotiate with the property is close to the 37. Yes, 37. But we don't know essentially when.
I understand. I'm just, if ownership typically of a home is 7 years, it's obviously longer for you. Thanks for joining us out of the South Florida area. Thanks. But the concern is kind of what's the exposure of that development tearing down those trees? For them, it's zero because they're not going to do it. It's an easement right. I guess I'm trying to mitigate. How much is that risk there? Okay, got it. Thanks.
Just one clarification, is that a right-of-way that's being proposed, or is it just a parcel of land that's being reserved, or?
It says.
It is a setback with a right-of-way, yes, sir.
Sorry, say it one more time.
This is a setback.
Just a setback. So that, again, for clarification, to make the distinction between a right-of-way, which would be a public ownership, and a setback, is that staying in private ownership?
This is a future right-of-way with a setback.
Yeah, so it's going to be owned, but nothing is going to occur there until the county makes an effort to acquire the land.
And in order to get more connectivity on 51st, yes, sir.
Right now, there's nothing planned between now and 2040.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure that's clearly understood. Okay, thank you.
Can I just, and I was looking at this too, because it's actually 99 feet from the property line to where their parking lot starts. And so typically, we've been giving away at 20, 25, 30 feet. So because of their commitment to give the roadway access, until the roadway's done, you benefit dramatically. When the roadway comes in, not so much. But, so I think that's a commitment they've made to that, so I think that's interesting.
Okay. Any additional questions or clarifications? I have a couple more, but I'd like to give somebody else the opportunity to bring up some points. Mr. Heap.
Well, my question is for the submitter. Are they going to be coming back?
They'll come up and rebuttal. One of the things I think it would be important to discuss is noticing, there's a process. Ms. Tusing obviously intended to make a statement regarding that, since she already had it in her hand. Can you explain what's required, what's typically done, or what was done in here, and how we accommodate the noticing requirements?
I will. The requirement is that you're noticed if you're within 500 feet of the property boundaries. In this particular case, 55 notices were mailed. Two of the people who spoke, they're on the list, as well as the Manatee Oaks Homeowners Association, Inc. One point that I need to make to people, if they do not keep their address up to date with the property appraiser's office, the notice can go to the wrong address. I don't know, the Manatee Oaks Homeowners Association is, I can't read the beginning because it's stamped, is on Manatee Avenue West, Suite B. If that's not the current address for the Homeowners Association, it's their responsibility to update it at the property appraiser's office. So the minimum notice requirement is 10 days. So if they received the letter 10 days prior to this hearing, that is our minimum notice requirement. So they met the notice requirement.
So the noticing requirement is to the properties that are within the, whatever the delineations.
Right.
For this particular action is 500.
Y'all will remember during the update of the Land Development Code recently, we had this discussion, and homeowners association, if they are adjacent property owners, and oftentimes that they are, especially if they're zoned plan development and residential, there's the 15-foot buffer that is owned by the homeowners association. So all homeowners associations would be noticed. However,
all property owners would not be unless they are within 500 feet.
Right. And that's one form of noticing. There are multiple.
And we also advertise in the newspaper.
Right.
And we also have signs posted.
The yellow and red signs.
And the notice is in the legal ad section of the paper.
Right. So there's three forms of noticing.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I
ma'am.
may, and Ms. Tusing, did the applicant submit the affidavit under oath? They submit an affidavit saying they provided these notices.
Okay.
Correct?
Right. And again, this is all part of the due process. This is a process that is protected by rules and regulation, and if anybody violates that, for instance, the noticing, it's subject to being challenged, which could overturn it. So many times there's a significant effort to make sure that there's everything is complied with, including the planning commission hearing. So, all right, very good. And then, let me see, I think that was the stuff that staff would most appropriately answer. I've got a couple of things for the applicant when they come up to address for the, in their rebuttal, but is there any additional clarification or information from staff?
I would like to clarify that. Rosina Leider by staff. I would like to clarify the requirement for parking calculations. When you live in a single-family residence, is 2 parking spaces for dwelling units. For multifamily, the requirement in the Land Development Code is 2 parking for dwelling units plus 1 parking space every 10 units for guests. Plus, if you have recreational facilities, you have to comply with the requirement for every particular recreational facility. In this particular case, the applicant needs the minimum requirement for the residential units is 202 parking spaces, plus the parking that is required for the recreational facilities in total will be 236 parking spaces. If you live in a subdivision, you don't need this additional parking for guests because it's not required. It's about the park in your driveway. They exceed the minimum requirement and is with the maximum that is allowed by the Land Development Code because we cannot provide more than 1.1 parking spaces of the requirement. We cannot exceed that number.
110%.
Under the 10%, yes. And they are with the exceeding the minimum, but below the maximum that is allowed.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, any additional? Yes,
Excuse
ma'am.
me.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is this is affordable housing, and there is public transportation available, and State Road 70.
Okay, thank you. All right, any additional clarifications from staff? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the applicant's rebuttal. So any closing statements? If you could, please address just a few things. One of the folks I heard mention 3 stories. Can you clarify the intent there? And then also, there was references to edges. What would be done in the edges between the communities, and maybe provide a little bit of explanation or description of the buffers that would be the intended buffers that would be used. And I believe that was everything that I had noted that was for the applicant.
Yeah, absolutely. If I may use the document camera, I'm going to put the landscape plan on here. You guys can see what's going on. Let's start with the northern property line, please. Chair Rutledge, I do appreciate you pointing out that it is interesting for a developer to be willing to dedicate land for the county to build a roadway. I would like to point that out, that our client is very willing to do that. After multiple conversations with county staff, we did decide to give 60 feet of additional right-of-way, which we will not be tearing down any of the trees. We are also stacking our buffers on top of that right-of-way. As you said, we have 99 feet from that property line. And until the county decides to put in the roadway, there will be an undisturbed buffer to protect these single-family parcels to the north. If you will notice on the left-hand side of the page, that is the north direction. All that area is going to be left the same. We are still going to be required to put in a 15-foot landscape buffer, so we're putting in even more trees than there will be in that area now. So there's going to be even more of a buffer until the county comes in and if they decide to build that roadway. Does that satisfy any concerns with that one?
Mr. Ron had a
With
question.
with the concerns of the residents that are right there on your northern border, the building that's being built, we see the parking lots there. How far away is that building that's being built there away from the property line?
Give me 1 second. I can tell you.
Because we will make sure she can go skinny dipping.
Thank you, Rosina. The
My wife
building's-
wouldn't let me say that.
That is set back 104 feet, a little
140?
104.
104 feet from the property line.
Yes, sir, to the very first portion of that building.
For the very, from the very frontage of that building?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's actually to the front of where you would be walking in the covered walkway.
Yeah.
You would have another 10 feet or so to the actual front of the building.
Okay.
Not to be disagreeable, but it's got to be more than that. You've got 100 feet of buffer, you got 20 feet of parking and 20.
I'm so sorry. I read that wrong. I should know that. I'm scared of talking to it. It's really loud. Thank you. We have the 100 feet to the edge of the parking. Then we have another 50 feet and change on top of that. So I was wrong. It is not 104. It is well over that.
So it's 150 plus feet?
Plus, yes, sir.
From your northern property line to the front of that first building?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd also like to point out, providing that land was actually a negative impact to our client. As Mr. Gerstenberger had explained, there is a flood zone on the property, which we'll get into addressing that comment. But the high side of this property is on the northern end. So the further south we push, which we were willing to do so, is more of a balance for us earthwork-wise, which is a cost to the developer, and it is also more of a cost to them because there are going to be more floodplain compensation areas than there typically would have been if we could have built on the very high side. So that is another aspect that our developer is willing to take on.
With regard to the proposed buffer, I think the minimum that's required is it a 15-foot landscape buffer planted as represented in the preliminary site plan that was provided?
Yes, sir.
So that's what's required, that's what you're providing. I'm asking what the typical community that would be developed would look like. Do you typically fence your communities?
Yes.
So even though it's not been represented in the application, are you saying it's likely the intent, or it's likely to be fenced? This community is going to have a fence of some sort around it?
Yes, that is something that we plan on having conversations with the planning.
Okay, so those would be things that I think would tend to mitigate concerns regarding privacy and the ability for pedestrians to walk through, things like that. If you maybe include that information and with the information that's shared with the neighbors, those are some things that I think may address some of the concerns. I'm sure it's not going to address everything, but those optional things are the things that are illustrative or upgrades may be very beneficial in discussions with addressing some of the concerns. So.
If I may, I obviously do not have that, but realistically, the 100 plus feet from a building, there's like these things called sightline studies that architects do. You will realistically, especially with the trees, not be able to look across the 100 feet, across the street that's also there, into someone else's backyard. And then furthermore, I just wanted to also point out that I don't know if they've been inside the site, but I have. It's a site that is filled with Brazilian pepper, which our environmentalist has told us many times it's going to be so costly The very little work that we've done to clear some of the site has been very expensive because this Brazilian pepper is like a plague. It grows and grows. You have to really mitigate it. So a lot of the trees in there aren't actually things that you want to preserve. And we are preserving many of the ones that are worth preserving. So, and then with that also comes the fact that if you've been in the property, there's squatters living there now, which are, in my opinion, a lot more dangerous than the people that they think are going to be living here. And that takes me to another point, which is something that personally it's not uncommon and I have encountered with this business. It's, inherent that there's going to be NIMBYism, and I understand where it's coming from. But there's a very big difference between Section 8 housing and affordable housing. Section 8 housing residents make no income, sometimes are not required to make any income, or close to zero. Affordable housing has income limits, right? And I mentioned those are as high as like $25,000 to $42,000 a year. I know I've made $40,000 a year at some point in my life. And looking at the quality of the developments, we have over 40 developments in all of Florida, all of which, when we go up to leasing, there's, for 96 units, 250 applications. And it's people who are teachers, who are, teacher assistants, young police officers, like people who are young professionals who are working, but they're just not making enough money. And this is a program that is actually excellent. You apply for it when you are making that income. You are not limited in how much you can increase your income once you're there. They do not, they promote growth in your income. If you make more, if you get promoted, if you get raises, you can continue to live there. The people that are there are no different than me. I know developments that we've built. I wish that I had applied there when I was making that money so I could still be living there. It is a great thing that the state does for us, and these dollars that we've gotten, actually local jurisdictions fight for these dollars. There's application processes where, it's something very valuable for the area. And in some areas, like very affluent areas, for example, Fort Lauderdale, we have a development right in an area where there's tons of marketplace development now, like market rate development. And our development was one of the catalysts for this new growth to happen around it. So I think that I'd be happy to speak to people who maybe don't really understand the difference. And I welcome, people to go on our website, look at all the properties that we have. They're beautiful, beautiful. We have money to make them beautiful, and this is for these people who make lower income. That doesn't mean they are criminals.
To clarify, you have to have a specific income to qualify?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we can't really pursue this line of questioning at this point. This board makes land use decisions. We can't consider income of individuals, and we're going down that path. And
it was going to
most of the testimony we can't consider right now.
Yeah, it was going to be dovetailed into coordinating with the county.
Well, for the record, there's issues with going into income right now. There's a Fair Housing Act. We can't make land use decisions based on people's income.
No, that wasn't the intent.
Okay, well, it's going down that path.
I like that to her.
No, I'm cautious that it was the question.
I apologize if I went there.
That's it. Get out.
Very helpful.
No, my question was regarding the way they operate.
Yeah, well, that's not relevant either. I just have to tell you that the more we pursue questioning, the more issues we'll have with this legal challenge.
All right.
If I may, I believe I do have something relevant to add. Going back
let's try.
Let's try. Going back to the fence, that is something that we've been talking on the side with Racina. We're very grateful for her for working on this with us. And I know that the adjacent property owners, they feel that they didn't have enough time with the noticing, which was per the county's rules. But we also weren't approached. And if we were, we would have absolutely sat down and had that discussion. We are open to adding fencing or adding what we need to satisfy the property owners because they want to develop this property.
Very good. Thank you. And again, the public hearings allow an opportunity for people to put faces to names and get points of contact. So happy to provide a service. With regard to the buildings, they're 3-story. What was the height limit on these? I think one of the residents had a concern regarding the height.
Yes, sir. The maximum height is 35, and we are not exceeding that.
35, and the 35 could be 2 or 3 stories?
I'm sorry?
35-foot, the 35-foot maximum isn't tied to a specific number of stories, correct?
All the buildings are going to be 3 stories,
3
yes,
stories,
sir.
but below them.
Yes, sir, below the 35 max.
All right. Those were all the points I'd made during citizen comments. I don't know if any of the other commissioners, but are there any other points in your rebuttal that you wish to stress or make?
We would like to if we have the opportunity.
Yes, please.
And I would just like to go down the list. I feel that's easiest.
And before they make the rebuttal, are there any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay, so we're going to close that part so they don't continue to do rebuttals. So, thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify on the flood zone. Yes, we have been speaking with both Mr. Gerstenberger and Mr. Cohn. We do have the preliminary floodplain modeling, and we are wrapping up that model because we are being required to make it site-specific. It will be required to be approved by both the county and the Water Management District before we would even get a permit to build, so that will be taken care of. That also will include any floodplain impacts that we have. We will absolutely be compensating for, and that is an additional area to the stormwater requirement. So both of those items will be met. Let me just cover the stormwater. Talked about that. And Racina had already pointed this out on the parking. We are above the minimum, which is 222. We have 236, which is below the maximum of 244. And I would just like to clarify, one of the adjacent property owners had mentioned that this would be 96 homes. This is not 96 homes, it's just 96 units. And that is all we noted from the other speakers.
Thank you very much. Any additional testimony before we close the public hearing? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and close the testimony portion of the public hearing, and we'll open it up to discussion, deliberation, and possible motion. So any thoughts?
I'd like to make a couple comments about some of the stuff in my esteemed peer in the real estate business. So several of the comments that are made are sometimes generic comments. And I came from South Florida. I loved it down there. It got so crowded I had to leave. Looks like I'm going to have to leave again. But the one thing I would say is some of these things said about tax credit housing, affordable housing, and I would even argue some of the Section 8 housing, but I'm just going to say the things we're talking about today, things Manatee County is trying to do, they don't necessarily impact property values negatively. And the reason for that is because these are generators. They start things out in areas that wouldn't otherwise have it. And this location has been there a long time and has been waiting for something to happen on 70. And I think this is the right kind of use. And so I don't think property values will go down. In fact, I think values could go up because the access to retail services, the YMCA, the sports complex that's right down there, all that stuff that's down there, because I kind of live out there, I think doesn't degrade the value. It integrates the community and makes it unified. I also think the noise issue is inaccurate for 96 units. When you have 350 apartment units, you have traffic and noise and parties and all that. I don't argue that 93 units on that size land is really any noisier than my neighborhood. I think that's a misconception. And the statement about crime, I think a lot of times is used to keep out people who are not exactly like us. And I think we say things kind of cavalierly, and tax credit housing or housing that's incentivized for people who are making less money does not imply crime. And somebody says that to me, I get my backup. And I think we need to say that. We need housing for people that aren't making as much money as me. I live out here. And people working in all kinds of businesses out there, we got to make a home for them too, because they're part of our community. And so I'm a big advocate of this. I hope we do a lot more of this. This is in my neighborhood. I expect to see these people when I go play soccer. I expect to see them at the Aldi's when I go there. Don't tell anybody I go there. I represent Lucky's. And so I want you to know that I think this is how we integrate communities, and this is how we become better communities. And there's urban land planning that says this is the way to do it. And this piece of land by a commercial shopping center and a ball field and parks and all the stuff that's there, if you think that's going to turn into mansions, then you haven't done urban planning. So I'm a big fan of this. I think the developer's done a lot for us, and I like this. I'm for it, and I think we want to see more of it. And that's my thoughts on the project.
Very good. Any other discussion, deliberation?
Well, I'm kind of with Paul based on what we're talking about.
Right.
If you can clear up for me, and I'm sure the Board of County Commissioners will, the egress onto Route 70 and the ex-hazardous waste, when we get the letter that says it's clear, I think this is a go.
Very good. And so there are some things that probably need to be addressed between now and the board hearing. My thought is that there's an opportunity to do something well. If it's done poorly, if it's poorly executed, it's going to be a problem. If it's done well, it'll be something that's very, very beneficial to the community. So, and again, as Ms. Schenk just recently reinforced, our obligation is to review things in accordance with the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan, as I continually beat that drum. So we have to look and see if this project, and generally speaking, it ends at the borders of the property, even though we acknowledge that it affects our neighbors around the area. We have to make a determination of consistency with the rules and regulations. So if there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion.
Don't give up now. Come on.
Wow. Mr. Chair, based upon a staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and find the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, the Manatee County Land Development Code, as conditioned herein, I move to recommend approval of the preliminary site plan with stipulations A1 through A8, B1, C1 through C4, and D1 through D4 as recommended by staff.
I have a motion from Mr. Ron. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Roth. Any additional discussion? Call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Again, motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
All right, last one. Item number 7, and Mr. Roth, I believe you have to recuse yourself.
I'll accuse you. You can be recused.
And just for the record, the clerk received the written memorandum from Mr. Rothstein. He has voting conflict of interest, will be abstaining.
Okay, so have 4 commissioners to hear this this application. So. All right, who's on first?
None of them are for you. Everyone's leaving.
If you could, if you have business, could you please take it out in the lobby? Appreciate it.
Let's go.
I know that it's pretty exciting in here. So. Yeah. That 5-hour energy is wearing off.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Tusing, could you please read the item into the record?
I will. It's item number 7, which is Z1815, Gettle Automotive, Inc. This is a rezoning of approximately 3.6 acres, generally located on the east side of 14th Street West and south of 63rd Avenue West. The address is 1016 63rd Avenue West in Bradenton. The rezoning is from residential duplex district, 6 dwelling units to the acre, to general commercial zoning district. This is a straight rezoning. It is quasi-judicial. Dorothy Rainey is the planner, and the applicant's representative is also here for presentation.
Very good, thank you. Again, for the record, have there been any ex parte communications regarding this matter?
No.
No. All right, seeing none, and also noting Mr. Roth had to recuse himself. Nope, we already did that. Mr. McGuire, are you here for the applicant? Okay. Would you please introduce your application?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Hugh McGuire. I am with the firm of McGuire & McGuire here on behalf of Gettle Automotive. And with me today is John Wood, property manager for Gettle. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you. Let me say, first of all, we did send notices. I am sworn. We sent notices. I know it because I mailed them, okay? I got the list. I signed the affidavit. So we'll get those things out of the way, okay?
So how many affordable units is this?
Okay. Yeah, affordable cars.
That's advertising.
Having said all that, let me go through my narrative. I do have some pictures and some aerials that I would like to show you. I don't know if you're familiar with the existing Toyota dealership. We call it the Toyota store on 41, US 41. And if you've been down there lately, you've seen the construction that's been taking place. The address, of course, as you said for the record, is 1016 63rd Avenue West in Bradenton. The project that we're talking about is immediately adjacent to and north of the existing Toyota store. This has been an ongoing project, and at the risk of totally ruining my presentation, I would like to show you an aerial. If you can turn on the overhead, please. Are we on? Overhead? There you go. Thank you. Can you see that? I know it's dark. We were before this board some time ago, and we came in with this parcel right here, and this is a retention area. We came in with this parcel for a parking lot, and that was approved by you and by the Board of County Commissioners. Then you see over here, this is the existing dealership. This is the new place where the new dealership and collision center is being built. And we had hoped at that time to be able to bring in this parcel right here. That's the 3.64 acres. The seller was not prepared or willing to sell at that time. So we went ahead with this retention area and the parking lot to the south. Now we have been able to acquire this 3.64 acres. And what Gettle wants to do is to add that to the existing new dealership. And this will be, let me say that, this will be a parking lot with no improvements. And I say no improvements, I mean no buildings. So that deals with water and sewer. We will be coming, or we will go before, hopefully if we get your approval, we will go before a hearing officer. And at that time, we will present our preliminary site plan, and that will have all of those things that the staff will want to see so far as buffers and landscaping and that type of thing. So that gives you an idea of where we are. Let me, in case you haven't been down there lately, let me use one of the county's exhibits if I could. And you can see right here, 63rd Avenue, right here, US 41. Here is the existing dealership, and the area, thank you, in yellow is the 3.64 acres. One of the things I'm going to mention to you is, you see this, it looks like a flag lot. And that flag lot results from Manatee County acquiring and building a retention pond right there on 63rd, right at the north end. So we do have one little strip of land there, which will furnish another access, although it won't be an advertised access, and it's written up properly, I think, in your report, the staff report, where it says it will be primarily egress, but there will be some employee ingress in there. But the main dealership, the main traffic will be coming in through the 41 entrance. At the risk of repeating myself, let me go on with my presentation. The current zoning is RDD 6 Residential Duplex District. We're requesting GC Commercial, General Commercial, because the parcel adjoins the existing dealership on two sides. Again, on the north side, you have the retention area. While the site plan, which will be submitted and reviewed by the county, will reflect the improvements to be made, the plan will reflect the primary access from US 41 through the dealership. We really want that road for transport, car carrier coming through and passing through the dealership, but that will be another access. We agree with the staff that our request is consistent with the existing development patterns in the area. The development along 41, as you know, is primarily general commercial. To the east, there's residential. I think to our east is a church. We think that our request complies with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, complies with the Manatee County Land Development Code, and we will be, as I said, coming back before a special master to present our case, and we therefore ask for your approval. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Mr. McGuire, you said that there would be no improvements. You referenced buildings and utilities, but is the intent to pave that area? Would it be a paved parking area?
It will be in accordance, I don't know if it'll be paved, it will pass the code for parking.
Okay.
It may be some type of an aggregate or something, whatever the county's going to require.
And to clarify, is it more appropriately described as vehicle storage or actual parking for customers?
No, I think vehicle storage would be more appropriate.
Thank you.
And what about lighting? Because obviously you're somewhat connected to the residential. Is lighting going to be an ongoing thing as far as the dealership?
Okay. We're connected with residential because there's residential on the side, but there will be buffering, okay? And we will have to take into consideration the lighting code and any type of, the same thing that we're doing on the other parking lot. We deal with that because we don't want a black parking lot out there, just dark.
I understand that.
Yeah, so there will be some lighting, but we will comply with, with all of the requirements of the County Land Development Code.
And you said there's a church and some other property in between the residential?
Yeah, the church is to the east.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions for the applicant? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Rainey, for staff, please.
Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
And I have a brief presentation that's probably going to repeat what Mr. McGuire already presented, but so the request is, you can go to the next slide. The future land use category is Res 9, and of course the zoning is RDD 6, Residential Duplex District. There's an aerial of the site and zoomed out as well, so you can see where it falls in the scheme of everything. The site information, it's 3.64 acres. RDD zoning, as we mentioned, and Res 9 future land use category. The request is to rezone the parcel from RDD 6 to general commercial. Once the rezone's approved, the applicant is required to get an approval for a special permit with a preliminary site plan, as Mr. McGuire mentioned. And this is going to add the parcel to the existing auto dealership for the expansion of the parking lot. The surrounding uses to the north is the county-owned property with the stormwater pond. To the south is the rest of the dealership, the more recently acquired and added on parcel. To the east are single-family duplexes and a church that are zoned RDD 6. And to the west, of course, is the rest of the dealership in the GC zoning district. The positives are that the proposed GC zoning is compatible with the adjacent GC to the west and south, which is part of the dealership. The GC zoning district is compatible with existing development patterns in the area. As was mentioned, the whole corridor there is commercial retail. The property will have to adhere to the requirements of GC district, which includes the minimum lot size setbacks, maximum building height and density, stormwater management regulations, transportation, water, sewer availability, and buffers. Of course, the utilities aren't really going to come into play. And the property is actually located within the Southwest TIF as well as urban corridor and urban service area. The negatives, we didn't observe any negative aspects. And of course, there's no mitigating measures necessary. And we recommend approval of the request for the rezone. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions for staff? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So I'd like to open the application up for any public comment. Anybody wishing to come forward, please do so. Anyone at all? Anyone?
Mr. Gerstenberg?
All right, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and open it up. Is there any questions for, additional questions for staff? Staff's closing comments. Okay, applicant rebuttal. Very good. Now, this one's very straightforward, so it's, I don't have any concerns. Doesn't appear any of the commissioners have any concerns. So, Mr. Ron, I think you're up.
Right, finish us up. Come
Why don't
on,
we go
man.
for a record? Let's just go for a record. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Based upon the staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and finding that the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, the Manatee County Land Development Code, and with a finding of consistency that limits the use on the parcel to a parking facility with associated landscape buffers, stormwater facilities to serve as a commercial use on the contiguous parcel to the south and west of the rezone site. I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County zoning ordinance number Z1815 as recommended by staff.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second. Yeah.
Mr. Hebb.
Everybody's in.
All right, very good.
Everybody's in.
Yeah. Motion and a second. Any discussion or deliberation? Hearing none, Chair's going to call the matter to the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 4-0. And I think that concludes that application. So is there any additional business for the board before we adjourn?
Oh, sir.
All right, hearing none, we're just going to call the meeting done. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Maybe you could do the